I guess I'm not the only one that's early. Alright. 2, 3. One. Only one? There we go. Alright. Sure, go ahead. Go ahead. Make my lunch. Or something. I don't know. I forget where that one came from. Yes, I am streaming tonight on a Monday because I'm going to have a very busy week, and I just remembered I gotta make sure my phone is not going to be noisy and making a terrible racket while I'm streaming. I have everything else set up. But yes, Zero, go ahead. There. Oof. If I slide that over, is that any better? From that end, it's worse. Trim deck up, gray. A complete effective dual land cycle. Oh! Okay. You're looking at reasonable duels. Um... That's... And now I'm off center. Again. Now, as long as I'm paying attention to the screen, it should be fine. Alright, let's see here. MTG Ashling Precon deck list. Solar Eclipse, unsurprisingly. Come on. Massive Mysteries. That's not a card I remember. Or are you just Commander? Keyword Soup. Gains Myriad until end of turn. That's adorable. Endurance, Fearance, Avenger. Alright, so this looks... Yeah. This looks like it's actually okay for lands to enter tapped. Because you don't really have any good plays in the first couple of turns, which is perfectly fine. Like any early plays that you do have that you legitimately want to play early are cards like Soul Ring and any other, other mana ramp. But a lot of that also doesn't come on till turn 3 or turn 3 or 4 anyway. Kodama's Reach, Cultivate, etc. So having them enter tapped is not the end of the world. I don't see anything that jumps out at me that's looking for basic land types. So I think it depends on what you want out of your lands. 8 and 8 is 16, so it's running 16 basics, which, in my opinion, is perfectly fine. You are probably replacing the Thriving Lands, is my guess. So you are looking at yeah, you're looking at replacing the Thriving Lands and then like the occasional other land. Flamekin Village is actually fine. It's not amazing, but it's fine. I'm trying to cut all the lands that always enter tapped except maybe Path. Oh, Path of Ancestry. Yeah, see, the funny thing I find is there's been such a push over the years for trying to get lands to enter untapped. And then they come out with the what are they called? There's those lands that enter tapped, and when they enter, you get to surveil one, but they've got the 2 basic land types. And people seem to gravitate towards those in a bunch of formats, actually. More so than, like, it's almost like people want those instead of even, like, the shock lands. And these are cards that will always enter tapped. The problem with them is they are going to be a little on the higher dollar side. Mountain, plains, or type island, or type forest, or type swamp. Tapped. Oh, surveil. These guys. Oh yeah, before I do anything else, I want no, is that not how I wanted it? Checklist. Okay. Sort by USD. So, depending on which ones you're looking for, 23, 37, 51, 52, 62, 72, 82, 92. Okay. So doing a set of this is going to be it's going to be over $100. But to be fair, I don't think you need all of them. 23, 25 plus 1439 plus, oops, 1408, 1322, 1321, 1275, 1036, 1024, 733, and 694 equals. Yeah, so this is about $125 for this set of them. And the ones that are marked like P in front have that Planeswalker stamp in the bottom right corner of the art. If that's not a thing you care, is there actual? Yeah, wow. There. Okay. So it's about $1 difference between getting it with a stamp and not. For that, and less than $1 here, but that makes sense because this is, you know, $10 or so. That being said, these work best if you either have effects that care about basic land types. Cultivate once basic lands, Kadama's Reach once basic lands. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, apart from that, anything. Where would I start? You're looking at lands that are typically not more than about $10 each. $10 each. Mana-based crafter's not around anymore, is it? Hi. Alright. The verges are fine, but they want you to have the biggest problem with verges. Good lord. Wow, is that terrible? The biggest problem with verges is need to have enough lands with an appropriate basic land type to turn them on. That's not to say I think they're bad, but you want something like, because I happen to have one of each handy, you want something like a stomping ground in play in order to make your, what are you here? The Wastewood Verge actually turn on and then suddenly be able to produce black mana. So, Verges are better if you already have a mana base that involves Shocklands, the Triomes, etc. The two or more other cycle. There's a couple of cycles like that. There's the ones that are if you control two or more basics. There's two or more lands of a given type. Like two or more islands or whatever. No, those are if you control an island. This is why I'm taking a look at this list, because I'm forgetting so many of them. There's the Shocklands. There's the Battle Bond lands where if you control if you have two or more opponents. Um, Surveil lands, creature lands. Okay, I see what they're doing. So, the fast lands, you have, if you've only got, like if it's an early land play. These are, gain lands. Gain lands, fast lands, pain lands. The pain lands are fine. I think they're a lot better than most people give them credit for. Especially in a 40 life format. And these guys are usually only like a couple bucks a pop. These are best when you have use for specifically colorless mana. It's not the only, it's not the only time when you should be using them, but they're at their best then. But if you're looking for a very inexpensive cycle to enter untapped, uh, Attica Chivalry, Karplusan Forest, all that jazz. Those are a reasonable substitute. Because don't forget too, you're usually only taking, like over the course of a commander game, you might take 5 or 6 damage from your lands. But they enter untapped, and by that point, you're going to have your colors on. Also, don't forget, where are we here? Come on. Thank you. Do you have... Yeah, you have Exotic Orchard. Do you have... What's the other one called? Not Exotic Orchard. Wow, I can't remember what it's called. I'll know it if I see it. No, you don't. I cannot remember what you're called. Um, Reflecting Pool. How much are you now? Okay, Baldur's Gate seems to be about $10. That's not a cycle, but that is a card you're gonna want for that list. Fetchable tap lands, 5-color draw lands, slow lands. These are the guys you're thinking of. Yeah, Deserted Beach is the one I specifically remember. I had like 2 or 3 of those just randomly cracking it out of packs. Yeah, these should be fine. These are all from Vow and Midnight Hunt, so that makes things easy. Um, unless you control. Checklist. Oh, yeah. Oh, these guys are cheap. That helps. Is this one? Yeah. 764 plus 528 plus 108 plus 682 plus 254 plus 156 plus $8 plus 734 plus 383 plus 651. This would be $50 for the entire cycle. And if they're not already in the list, and I don't think they are, yeah. Yeah, these are great for your mana base. If you want lands that are inexpensive and enter untapped, these will enter untapped most of the time. If you play them turn 1 or turn 2, they'll enter tapped. Who cares? Because you don't really have any plays on turn 1 or 2. These guys, I would consider the Snarls if you had more basic lands in your deck that could turn it on regularly. These, I think, are better for like 2 and 3 color decks. The Elementals deck's a 5-color deck. I wouldn't run these. These are too difficult to turn on. You'd have to push your mana base to have more dual lands of some type, like the snow duels from Kaldheim, etc. Pathways, you may have your own opinion about them. My opinion, I hate them. What's that were you again? Pathways. Kaldheim and Zendikar Rising. They are affordable. My problem my problem with them simply boils down to they're trying to take the place of dual lands, but they are only um but you have to choose what side they're going to be on, and then they're monocolored lands. They're not really dual lands. They pretend to be dual lands, they're not. Scrylands, Shocklands, Guild Gates, Checklands. If you have enough lands with basic land types, like the Shocklands, for example, then the Checklands end up being really good. Um, because that list is about 16 basics, you might be able to get away with running these guys. What get nicknamed the Tango Lands. I don't know if that's the groups that you're thinking of, but these guys are really good. Um, Modern fetch lands, artifact lands. I'll show you the list I'm looking at. That's where I found it. Yeah, I mean there's plenty of options. Um, the Horizon if the question is, are you looking to replace the cycle of 5 or are you looking to replace the cycle of 10? That's probably the first question you should be looking at. The battle bond lands are really good, but those are going to be probably more than what you're looking. You think there's 10 total lands? Okay, so the question then is, and you don't have to answer this, what 10 lands are you cutting? If they're generic lands, then you can replace them with anything. If they're lands like, for example, Seaside Citadel, that tap for specific colors, you're going to want to pay attention to what colors you're looking to. That being said, if you're looking to replace 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, there's 6 of you guys here. Then if it's a full color cycle plus one more. Yeah. Well, the Trilands, if you're looking to replace a Triland, the only enters untapped that I can think that does what they do, but doesn't undertapped, would be cards like City of Brass, Mana Confluence, and some of the other 5-color lands. I'm gonna bet all. I'm going to bet all 6 of these tri-lands have green in them. Green, 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 green. Yeah, all 6 of the tri-lands have green in them. The thriving lands are easy. Those are easy enough to replace with any other dual land. I will say the one thing that thriving lands have that's useful is you get to declare what the second color is when you play them. So you are less likely to be stuck on a color of mana. But the Trilands, you're going to have to pay some attention to what you're replacing them with, because all 6 Trilands in this deck tap for green. Green is a fairly strong component. Yeah, because if you take a look, it's only a few cards that are um, white, blue, black. Red's got 9 cards, green's got 20. And then out of your multicolored, almost every single one out of the 12 cards, 10 of them require green, and Giganta is playable off of green. The only one that you cannot use green mana for is the Eclipse Flamekin. But yeah, give that link a try, because it'll give you some idea of, because there are land cycles that I completely forget existed. You're obviously not going all the way down to the original dual lands. You don't want them to enter. I mean, that being said, if you want stuff to not enter tapped, you can replace some of the cards with effects like oh god, I can see it. The only card I can think of right now is Samuel of Vigor, but I cannot remember the name of the Spelunking. Derp. As images. You've got 3 cards that you can. You've got 3 cards that you can throw in. You don't have to run all 3, but you've got 3 lines. You've got 3 cards you can throw in. Plus you've got cards like Amulet of Vigor, which says whenever a permanent you control enters tapped, untap it. So there's at least 4 cards that have an effect that can shut off something like that. And these 3 all do more than just having a land enter tapped. You know, the 2 outside ones are also bodies. Horizon Explorer, whenever you attack a player, create a lander token. The Wandering Minstrel, if you control 5 or more... okay. This is probably never going to happen. Unless you actually start leaning on towns. I'd probably ignore the Wandering Minstrel. But between Horizon Explorer and Spelunking, you know, these two here are actually going to be pretty decent. And as long as you've got one of them in play, having your lands enter. The other thing is having your lands enter tapped. I generally find not that big a deal, but that also depends on the. It also depends on the kind of deck that you're trying to play, and if you're trying to play something aggressive, you want your lands to enter untapped. If you have a if you have a group that's rather cutthroat, you're going to want your lands to enter untapped. You're trying to convert the deck into Elemental Storm. Okay. Then that makes a difference. Yeah, then a Storm deck of any sort, you're going to want your lands entering. Wow, you like your fast aggressive, your fast aggressive cantrippy decks, don't you? You really like stuff like Storm Combo, don't you? uh, Not a thing that's easy to pull off in Commander. That I'll be honest, but yeah. Um, Although it's probably easier than some formats. Definitely easier to do than something like Cube. I yeah. If you're looking for something like that, my initial the first thing I would be looking for, honestly, would be the Painlands. Actually, since both sets of Shocklands are in standard, um, checklist. The Shocklands are now pretty affordable. 953 plus 1114 plus 821 plus 777 plus 971 plus 1003 plus 938 plus 791 plus 720 plus 1021 equals 9115. Apart from breeding pool being from Gatecrash, view all prints, checklist, 1114, but the Edge of Eternities with the stamp on it is like 43 cents more. Yeah. So yeah, because they're in standard, you can probably pick up one of each for about 100 US now. And these all give you these are probably in general the best dual lands available. So yeah, if you're looking to, if you're look, I might start here. If you can pick these all up for about $90 or so, I would start. Yeah, because the thing is, these are also useful elsewhere. You will find other decks that even if you decide you end up needing to cut, let's say, Godless Shrine, you're going to find another deck it goes into. That might, because now that Edge of Eternities and Lurewing Eclipse have been out for a little while, now the pricing has more or less settled on all of them. Honestly, that might be your best option. But again, scan over that link. Obviously, you're going to have to cross check with something else. I'd like to use Scrifall when checking prices on a category of cards because it gives me a reasonable starting point. Obviously, if you're checking the price of a specific individual card, you're going to want to check something else. Um, you're going to want to check, Card Kingdom, TCG Player, Card Market, your local game store if they've got a website. Um, in fact, there's not really any good reason, in my opinion, for a local game store not to have a website these days. Um, and in during the lockdown from COVID, we went our own local game store went from having an okay website that was functional. And if people wanted things, their best thing to do was messages over Facebook, to having something where, hey, by the way, I am looking for, uh, I'm looking for Godless Shrine from Edge of Eternities. And then, oh, look, because we changed who we use now. Uh, oh, it actually does give a buy list price now. I'll be damned. Oh, it doesn't convert. Okay. Yeah, the previous incarnation, we had like a drop down that had like four options, and it would actually convert it right over to US or euros or pounds. I think were the other options because I'm Canadian, so everything's in Canadian dollars here. Um, so this would be around $10 for Godless Shrine from Edge of Eternities for this version of it. But anywho, yeah, um, yeah, I would probably, if you can get them affordably, I would probably start there. And it's also the sort of thing where the thing is, tweaking your mana base is not something where you have to do it all at once. You can, you don't have to. But the one bonus of Thriving Lands is if you realize that while you're playing, you need, 4 of the 5 of them, you name green. Okay, you know what? Actually, have you, Zero, have you actually tried that deck out at all? Like, have you actually played it out at all as is? Because that's a good question. If you find you're commonly naming green for the 4 odd one, and then of course there's one that's green plus whatever, then it might be a good idea to replace those with lands that are green plus white, green plus blue, etc., etc. And again, because the tri-lands all tap for green plus something else, you might want to lean initially towards lands that are green plus whatever. So, out of the shock lands, you're going to want. Oh, good lord. Overgrown Tomb, Breeding Pool, Stomping Ground, and why can I not remember the name for the Selesnya one? I can see it, I can't remember it. Temple Garden. Sure, but you also got to get to you also got to get to the point where you can. You also want to make sure your deck can run without uh like when I put together, where is she here? Mardu. When I put together Kalia's Angels, I assumed Kalia was going to die a lot. So I built the rest of the deck with some kind of mana curve in mind. If you actually take a look at my mana curve here, I actually have something that vaguely resembles a curve here. But with, based on the assumption that, well, she's going to die. You know, the funny thing is, this is not the original list that I had, but I've actually done some updates to her since then. Um, but yeah, I assume she's going to die, and so I build based around the fact that I built based on that. Wow. My mouth is just going autopilot right now, isn't it? And it's going. Does it sound like I'm on a loop? I'm on a loop. I'm on a loop. I'm on a loop. I'm on a loop. I apologize. I did not get much sleep before starting my stream tonight. I tried. I really tried. Couldn't fall asleep. Anyway, my point that I'm trying to get to is it's not unreasonable that a card that is key to your deck is going to get uh, shut off, unable to be cast, removed from your deck, whatever, to the point where building around it, like, this is one of those things where it's like you want to build with that in mind, but you also don't want to build relying on it. So, hey, Rar. Because if you build your deck relying on that to happen, then it is not unreasonable that you suddenly just, your deck doesn't work. It's why when I came up with my Squee Goblin Nabob deck, you know, yes, creature, auras, stuff to recur them. I had a few extra cards in here to throw my enchantments on in case something happened to Squee, and throwing auras on him was no longer going to be viable. I could probably cut one of these guys. Although I am incredibly amused by Thran Golem. As long as he's enchanted, it's a 5/5 flying first strike trample. I don't know. What else do you want to give him? Throw an enchantment on that gives double strike. Okay. Thunk. Or if you can find an enchantment that gives him, in fact, have a nice day. Yeah. If you're playing a deck with any sort of auras that pump your guys at all, Thran Golem is just so good, and people forget about, like, people just, wait, you have a what? He's doing what? Yeah. It's almost like a junior version of Rograk. But yeah, always assume that if your deck is based around X, that somebody is going to try and stop X from happening, especially if you are going for some kind of combo shenanigans. You want Elemental Storm? If somebody realizes what you're doing, they may turn around and go, we should probably stop him now, right? Right, guys? 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 Am I here all by myself? Yeah. So, yeah, assume that somebody's going to try and stop you, and, as we were just looking out for putting lands, I think Shock and Classic Ramp spells is. Yeah. At the very least, I would start off, based on what I did see from the list, I would start off with the 4 green-based shock lands. Yeah, I looked. The least expensive printing of all the shock lands, which incidentally are the versions that are currently in standard, is about 90 US. Because they're all back in standard, and Lorwyn Eclipsed has been out for a few weeks now. Pricing has had a chance to settle down. where this is about a good time to start buying your shocklands. This is about when you want to start looking into getting them. So yeah, it's 91 I think, or something like that, according to what Skyfall said. Um, which also means, you can probably look for less expensive versions if they're, like, for example, I don't mind if a card is lightly played or moderately played, as long as I cannot tell a difference in a sleeve. It's like, oh, there's a card here, and it's got some whiting around the edge, and, there's a small ding in the top right corner. I'm like, I don't care. Okay, so I'll take it for, like, I don't know, instead of being a $10 card, we'll say $8. Cool. I saved $2. I don't care because in a sleeve, I'm not going to know the difference. uh, I mean, I could look it up. Card Kingdom. Doop doop. So, the cheapest one seems to be Temple Garden right now. Temple Garden from low to high. Okay. Yeah, so that one's saying 12. Buy on TCG Player, because TCG Player is saying 720. Shipping to US. Because it's Demir. Yeah, because it's Demir. Once you start looking into uh competitive formats, like Legacy and Modern and stuff like that, black blue is a really strong, powerful color combination. If you're looking at vintage, it's the color of like Demonic Tutor and Ancestral Recall. And then once you get past that and you're looking at Legacy, you're looking at Brainstorm and Force of Will and Dark Ritual and like a bunch of really strong, powerful cards. So, yeah. Okay, cool. There we go. So, yeah. Temple Garden from Lorwyn Eclipsed. You cannot unreasonably get for under $8 if you're willing to go through TCG Player. Azorius, yes. Is it less so? Is it less so because red is less of a big deal? But Azorius and Demir usually, it's usually Demir because you've got all your tutor effects, all your discard effects, anything from Duress and Thoughtseize to Hymn to Turak and variants thereof, etc. Anything of that nature at all. Plus all your, your counter spells, your card draw, all tends to almost all of it with rare. There are some, but rare exceptions tend to be in black and blue. MTG. Metagame. Legacy. So, Demir Tempo, which is your typical here's Force of Will. There's Snuff Out, which wants you to have a swamp in play. Days, your, Thoughtseize, Brainstorm, Fatal Push, Ponder. This is the key part here. The creature based is almost like an afterthought. This is, I guess I have to win at some point. This is what's going to be, this spell section is going to be in the format and is going to be what you're basing your deck around for decades. Oh yeah, oops, all spells. Technically, cards have colors. You never care. If you look at oops, all spells, you never cast any of these. Chancellor of the Annex, you're revealing on turn 0 to make your opponent's first spell cost more. Disciple of Freyalise, it's land. Balustrade Spy and Undercity Informer, you are pitching stuff. Whenever you cast a spell from anywhere other than your hand, so yeah, this is Poxwalkers is basically another version of Sneaky Snackers. If you're more familiar with that card. Elvish Spirit Guide, Simian Spirit Guide, you're pitching for mana. Bogart Trawler, and Disciple of Freyalise, you're playing as lands. I guess that's some very strong affinity to mirror decks too. Yeah, it's. I'll go back to this Dimir Temple list for a moment. This list of where it says spells, 24 spells, decks have been based around that. Decks have been based around this for, like, in Legacy for probably 15, 20 years. If it wasn't Fatal Push, it'd be some other removal spell. Decks have been based around this premise for probably about 15 or 20 years. It's just followed up by whatever efficient threats exist nowadays. But if you go back, let's say 15 years, and you look at legacy deck lists, you're going to find decks that have got, well, actually, 15 years, 20, yep, about 15 years, because that's, I think, Legacy finally split off from Vintage, I believe, in 2011. They're going to be based around this premise. And even the land base, you know, a few wastelands, fetches into shocklands and original dual lands, and it's just what happens to be the current best way to win for the kind of game I want to play. As for Omnitel, you're looking at Sneak and Show basically. Yeah, because Sneak and Show, you get Show and Tell, which allows you to put, amongst other things, an enchantment into play. Here's Omniscience. Because you get an Omniscience into play, and if you Omniscience a second Omniscience, sure, they get rid of the first one, don't matter, and you just drop all your bombs now. But again, this is a deck whose premise has existed. Good lord, how would Sneak attack again? Change version. Saga. Omniscience was M13? Yeah. Show and Tell. Yeah, Show and Tell and Sneak Attack both came out during Urza Block, I think. Yeah. And so it's like, people saw those, and it's like, what's the most broken thing that we can put together? And fast mana has existed since the day, since the game started. So yeah. Anyway, it's already past 7 o'clock. I've already been at this for an hour. I should probably at least start looking at some of this stuff. Oh yeah, the Mox's, Black Lotus Soul Ring. And even it. The thing is, they were so afraid of printing good playable mana rocks. After that, I don't think we got anything that I would. I don't think we got anything that I would consider good and playable until maybe the diamonds? Like Sky Diamond, Charcoal Diamond, etc. When did Mindstone come out? Weatherlight. Yeah. It took about 4 years. I think about looks like about 4 years for them to finally come out with mana rocks that would not be considered overpowered, but were still considered playable. Yes, but Chromox came out in Mirrodin, which was like 10 years later. Mox Diamond. Mox Diamond is actually a good call. When was Mox Diamond? Stronghold, which is 1998. Yeah, I still think the first yeah, it took till about Mirage Block for them to print. Well, let me think here. Apart from the ones that are in Unlimited, Arabian Nights didn't really have anything. Antiquities didn't really have anything. You had the Tron lands, but those aren't mana rocks. Legends, you basically had the that was a book promo. That was 1994, 1995, and you could only get that if you basically there was a certain book published by Harper Prism, and you had to basically tear off a coupon in the back of it and mail it to Harper Prism with like $8 or whatever it was at the time, and get them to send you a copy. And that's, once they got that, they would send you a copy of Mana Crypt. And that was the only, apart from the secondary market, that was the only way to get the card, which is part of what made it so expensive. But that was not printed in a normal set. Yeah. They had a few other cards like that. Some of them were some of the other cards were actually reasonable, but nothing else was at the same power level as Mana Crypt. But again, it was not printed in a normal set. It was only a promo that you could get from mailing to the company that published a book. Let me think here. Legends had the mana batteries and Soul Grail. Which Manolith is infinitely better than Soul Grail, and Manolith is bad. That was Tempest. That was later. The Dark had stuff like Standing Stones, which was really, really bad. Fallen Empires had... wasn't Bomb of Restoration. There were a couple cards that tried to be like Black Lotus, but bad. Ice Age. I do not remember Ice Age having anything we would define as a mana rock. Oh yeah, Barb Sexton was the card I was thinking of. Also Jeweled Amulet. Yep. Actually, no. Barb Sexton wasn't the one I was thinking of. No, I'm specifically looking at mana rocks. Alliances, I don't think had anything. Homelands wanted stuff to cost more. So putting mana rocks in there would not make sense. Yeah, it took until like Mirage. Oh, Ice Cauldron? So, the simple. Here's its Oracle text. The simple version is you choose a spell that's in your hand. You exile it in the cauldron with a certain amount of mana. You pay attention to what colors was, what colors and, how much and what type of mana was spent and put in the cauldron. You can then later tap the cauldron, get that mana, but you can only use it to cast a spell that you stored in the cauldron. What made Ice Cauldron at all legitimately useful was when you had the original Elder Dragons, because they required 2 mana of each of 3 colors and an upkeep cost of 1 of each of those 3 colors. So, mana fixing was not great back in the day. So what you could do was, turn 4 I play the Ice Cauldron. Turn 5 I tap, I store Palladium Moors, let's say, and 1 red mana, 1 green mana, 1 white mana, and 1 something else. Let's say it's an additional green mana. Then the following turn, I use the Cauldron's ability. Use that to cast Palladium Moors. I have that 4 mana, plus I probably also still have that same sequence of 4 mana available. Use all that to cast Palladium Moors. I still have the mana available for the upkeep cost. So basically it allows me to store mana and a spell, and then cast that spell later. And in a situation where you're dealing with the Elder Dragons from Legends, this is actually something viable. That is the reason you would have it. Unfortunately, realistically, it was only the Elder Dragons out of Legends that really needed something like that. And you might say, yeah, but that only saves you a turn. And the answer is, it only saves you a turn, but because you're storing the exact kind of mana that you need, you could be saving yourself like 3 turns, because don't forget, back then, mana fixing was bad. You had the original duels, you had City of Brass, and anything else, if you're not playing green, you pretty much don't have mana fixing. We have it easy these days. You can play a mono red deck. No. When Ice Age came out, you did not have any kind of fetches. Those came out in Mirage. That would be another year and a half later. I apologize. I've been playing the game for over 30 years. A lot of this stuff is stuff I remember. I'm not trying to come off. Like I know better than you. You are dumb. It's just my brain is. I'm old. I'm old and I'm cranky. Hey. Before I forget everything. Yeah, my cane's downstairs in case I have to go outside. Hey, Smite. Yeah, yay! Finally, we can start talking about. We can actually start talking about the actual set now. Yeah. Tonight, M14, because I don't really have much chance to try and do this later on in the week because my work schedules. Um, I have to go to my primary job. Finished work at the gas station 7 o'clock this morning. It's currently 20 after 7 in the evening here. Finally got out of there, I think around 8:30 ish. Came home, made something to eat, tried to sleep as much as I could. Stream now. Tomorrow night, have to go to work at the gas station. Wednesday afternoon, Thursday afternoon, Friday afternoon, working at my LGS. Saturday night and Sunday night, going back to work at the gas station. I don't get a day off. Yeah. And I just did Saturday night, Sunday night at the gas station. So this is the only day off I have, and I am here. So, as I commonly do, here's the set we're working on. In order of least popular according to what Scryfall says that EDH Rec says. Yeah. M14. Looking at the white cards. There's 19 cards on the list. We're only going to go through a dozen. I might not go through a dozen because it's already 20 after 7 and I want to be done before midnight, ideally. No promises. We all know how much I can chatter. Smite? Oh, sorry, that was not Smite. Shomanuchi. Shomanuchi. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Shomanuchi. Anyway, so we start off with a Stonehorn Chanter, which actually looks pretty decent. I think its biggest problem is the fact that it's 6 mana to cast and it's 6 mana to activate. I think if it was 3 mana to activate, it would be a lot better. I think if this was 3 mana activate, this would be seeing a lot of commander play. It's 6 mana to activate, and which incidentally, it's the exact same cost as its mana. Its activation cost is identical to its mana cost, which is hilarious. But yeah, 1 white plus 5 for 4/4, which in and of itself is meh. But when you're also looking at, hey, by the way, I've also got an ability to play with. I don't mind paying 6 mana splashable for 4/4. That's got a cool ability. This definitely has a cool ability. Pay the same cost again, and it gains vigilance and lifelink. Depends on the group that you're playing with. The group of people I tend to play with, it's very kitchen table. It's very relaxed. It's very we give people it's turn 6 and you're stuck on 2 lands. With how people with how people think Commander is. I got 2 lands. I'm fine. No. It's turn 6 and you're stuck on 2 lands. You know what? Go through your deck, grab 2 basics, put them in a play tap, and then shuffle. I don't care. Get yourself to something. I want you... Yeah. Yeah, and that's a big difference about how Commander is because different people have got different experiences with it. And you're the thing is, I may end up doing something powerful, but it often takes me a while to get there. I don't go. I've got a couple of decks that can get out of the gate fairly quickly, but realistically, most of my decks are going to take some time to build up to get to where they need to go. Again, if you take a look at my if you take a look at my list of decks and you look over how they play out, you scan and you go, okay, then yeah, a lot of my decks they're going to take like even my reanimator deck is going to take a few turns to get online. I do have a backup plan. Actually, I've got two backup plans in there. One is actually casting this stuff. Oh, okay. Um, then just save that in like a notes document or something like that, and you can look at it later. But the my point is when I build a deck, a lot of my decks because like I'm not under any real pressure a lot of the time. I have time to build up and do, and a lot of the people that I play with aren't pushing. Like I'm not when I go play after hours on Friday night at my LGS. After my shift's over, we have a thing for the staff there. Um, some of the people I'm playing with, they're not playing commander decks. They're playing like, yeah, this is like some 60 card jank thing, and it's like, okay, fine, I don't care. So we start off because he's built his deck assuming 20 life. I've built my deck assuming 40 life. Let's call it 30 and see what happens. Okay. Oh yeah. It's some of my decks perform like my mono red auras deck seems to do okay when I only have to deal 30 damage to somebody instead of 40. Um yes, some of my decks are a little more powerful. Like if you go to my mono green commons deck, it is, mono green elves and mono green elves is well kind of silly because that's what it does. Same with if you go to my Golgari Elves stack, similarly, is going to be kind of silly because that's what Elves does. But you start looking at some of the. Uh. Less so. I tend to build my. Been exploring the Jund. Yeah, my Jund deck is a Jund Reanimator deck, but with the premise that I have to have at least three cards that start with each of the 26 letters uh in the English alphabet. No, the thing is when you look at elves, they tend to be played very much like um elves in other formats. It's just you have to run, four of a card with, instead of being able to run four Elvish Mystic and four Llanowar Elves and four Fyndhorn Elves, you have to run like, uh, 12 different one drops that all do something vaguely similar. Oh yes, I have to. Well, I shouldn't say I have to. If you know anything about me, I almost have to, but that's more a me thing. I can build normal decks. Again, see my elf decks. But if you look at most of my decks, they tend to do something unusual. My mono blue deck thinks it's a green deck. My mono green deck thinks it's Esper Control. My mono red deck thinks it's more a thinks it's a white deck because it's based on auras. Which means I really should build mono white burn. Or maybe I'll just go Selesnya burn. Maybe that'll be easier. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, take a look at my list. It plays very much it's I have some counter magic in there. I have a decent amount of spot removal. We stopped 20 minutes on a one that for 8 mana does 1 point of damage. Oh yeah. Can you tell I get distracted? Um. Oh yeah. And Smite, my mono green deck also beats them with green flying creatures. Eh. This is what you get when you tune in my stream. Am I right? Oh yeah, Smite. Legitimately, take a look at that link. Go down to green. Look at Dose and the Falling Leaf for my commander. Yes, it's yeah. It does. There are games where I don't even cast my commander because it's more fun if I don't. Uh, but if I do cast my commander, have fun trying to play stuff. Fun, somebody, yeah. Just look it up. You'll understand, kind of. I even tried coming up with mono green versions of Wrath of God because my premise for decks like that is, can I find a color? Can I find a card in the relevant color that does what I'm looking for? And regardless of whether a colorless card can do it better, if I can find a card in that color that does it, I'm putting that card in. So, there are artifact creatures and other colorless creatures that are better flyers than what green gets. But I'm looking for green flyers. So I'm putting those in first. There are board wipes that are colorless, that are better than what green gets. I found a green way to do it. I'm putting that in. Look at my list. You'll see what I'm talking about. Anyway, while I break Smite's brain, back to where I was for the time being. Yeah, 6 mana again seems a little much for the activation cost. I think it could have gone 3. And it gains vigilance and lifelink till end of turn. I think the thing that stops us from seeing as much play as it does, or as much play as it could, is it's got a ginormous activation cost. Oh no, dude, there's a lot more. You have Nevenrel's Disc. You have, oh good lord, what's that land called? I can see it. It builds up charge counters, and then you can sacrifice it to blow up everything with that mana value. You've got your various um. Why am I drawing blanks on names? You've got your various powder keg variants. There's a lot. There are a lot of board wipes. Roar's like, you're getting distracted again. You're getting distracted again. You're getting distracted again. But yeah, if you can bring the activation cost on this thing down to reasonable, um, and by doing so, like, I wouldn't want just the activation cost on this brought down. I'd want it brought down on, like, if I'm doing an effect like that, I want it to be able to affect enough cards to make it worthwhile. So let's say you've got a dozen cards that have high value activated abilities. So activation cost is like 5, 6, 7 mana, whatever. And you've got, 3 or 4 cards, let's say, that bring the activation cost down. This can slot into a deck like that so much easier. Question is, at that point, is it worth it when you're comparing to stuff like, is it Kamal? I want to say Kamal Fisticrosa. Is that the one I'm thinking of? Yeah. When you're comparing it to something like Kamal Fisticrosa, where his activated ability, it's 5 mana, but it's Overrun. Creatures you control get +3/+3 till end of turn, and gain trample till end of turn. Like, this is the sort of thing, playing this as a commander is just, like, kind of silly. And you don't, if you've got silly amounts of mana generation, you don't even need creatures in your deck, because his own ability can do that. Yeah. Honestly, his best bet might be because he's a rhino, and there might be enough rhinos, maybe even in a mono white deck, to actually kick him to the curb. So again, this 6 mana activation, I think, is what's holding him back. Master of Diversion. We've seen this effect over 9,000 times by now. Okay, might be exaggerating slightly, but whenever this creature attacks, tap target creature defending player controls. To be fair, you can make a deck build around that. Yeah, 3 mana for a 2/2 with an attack trigger like this. This is not bad. I would like to see somebody, and I doubt I'll do it because I already have enough decks on the go. So I doubt I'll get to it. But I would like to see somebody build a deck based around a bunch of creatures with this premise. Let's say you've got... I commonly find somewhere, and you can use it in Pauper. Yeah, also true. I commonly find if you've got about 25, like if you have a theme that your deck is based around 25-ish creatures, or 25-ish cards anyway, is enough to get your theme across. Um, when I put together um, my Azorius Mill deck, for example, with Persistent Petitioners, 24, 25 is enough petitioners to get that going. There's, you're going to want some more, um, because Persistent Petitioners specifically asks about advisors. You're going to want some more advisors. But the petitioners angle, that seems about right. Um, Building sphinxes. 24, 25-ish sphinxes is about right. You building a deck around this kind of effect. Oh yeah, when when I sketched it out, when I built the deck, I was sitting on my bed and I was goldfishing it, and man, I I calmly held like two persistent petitioners in my hand. If I saw I had Thrumming Stone, I calmly held two persistent petitioners in my hand. Play Thrumming Stone. And if nobody does anything, on the next turn, I cast one petitioner. And I might hit a few. But if I don't hit all of them, playing the second one almost guarantees me that I get all of them. It's like an 8. I don't know the actual math, but it feels like an 80-90% chance I get like all 24 petitioners out on the board by casting 2. Plus, I guess that with Brewvac, you just kind of win the game. Yeah, well, I've got 3 cards in there, I think it is, to push the milling plan harder. And Brewvac is one of them. Let's see here. Azorius. So, 24 petitioners. I do also have the ability to win in other ways. Kongming, Sleeping Dragon, is an advisor that basically gives +1/+1 to all my creatures. So suddenly turning these guys into 2/4s is actually kind of good. Yeah, I'm not gonna go there. Masako, the humorless, is hilarious, even though her name doesn't suggest it, because tapped creatures you control may block as though they were untapped. So you can tap your petitioners to mill people and then go, oh, by the way, I'm going to block now. Plus, I've got some other shenanigans going on here. There's my Brewvac. Some mass removal. There's my Thrumming Stone to make sure that when I hit persistent petitioners, I can generally get more. Keening Stone. 6 cast, 5 tap. Target player mills X, where X is the number of cards in that player's graveyard. Yep. There's Jace, and there's also Ormos. So that if somebody shuts off Jace, I still have an option. I don't know which card you're referring to, but I don't think it was out yet. Radiant Destiny, in case, you know, I have to actually start turning into something vaguely aggro. Sphinx of the Chimes, in a pinch, I can pitch two petitioners. Oh no, exhaust didn't exist yet. I've had this deck for a while. Um. Oh, this thing, River Churn Monument. Yeah, no, this didn't exist yet. Because this only came out last year, and I think I've had this deck longer than that. Um, but yeah, also got Eldrazi Monument. Again, in case I have to start going to like a beatdown plan. Smite, yes. It's from Ether Drift. Sphinx of the Chimes, in a pinch, I can pitch two Petitioners and draw 4 cards. So I do have some ability to turn around and start going aggro. Also Patchwork Banner. I don't expect it. In a pinch, I can do it. But yeah, as I was saying, I often find that 24, 25-ish, if you've got something that your deck is based on, that's a good starting point. And so if you're going to build a deck based around this kind of ability, which as Super R pointed out, this commonly exists somewhere around common. Build a deck with a bunch of those, and unless your opponent is playing like an infinite token strategy, like Squirrel Nest plus Earthcraft sort of thing, yeah. Well, I attack with these guys, tap down all your stuff. Uh, Now you can declare blockers. It's like, how can I block? My creatures are all tapped. Well, that's what you get for not playing Moscow the Humorless, isn't it? What? Yeah. So I can see somebody building a deck around this, and it'll be like a random deck that costs maybe $50 tops to build, and just I don't care that I'm attacking with just 1/1s and 2/2s. I'm getting through for damage because you can't. I don't think you need to go popper. I think you can. Um, I would talk to somebody like Deluxikoff about doing something like that, but I don't think you need to. Um, I think just a budget friendly, you know, a deck that's $50 tops based around cards that do this kind of effect, and this wouldn't be a control deck. This would be, I would probably call it a tempo deck. And but because I'm also attacking with a bunch of small, but I'm attacking with a bunch of small creatures. Because sure, all my creatures are 1/1s and 2/2s, but I've got like 6 of them on the board, and I'm attacking, and you've got nothing to block with because they're all getting tapped down. Thunk. So yeah, I might go. I might go Boros and I might go Selesnya. Um, Either one. I mean, and you could go mono white as well. Either option gives you enough options for creatures you control get +2 or what or +3. I don't think you need to. You could go Jeskai, but I really don't think you need to. I think I think white I think white green or white red has enough answers to most things you need to worry about. Also, then you get to play with cards like Mana Tithe, which nobody respects Mana Tithe. Yeah, I could see a deck like that being really interesting to deal with. I'm not saying I think it's probably better than I give it credit for. It's probably better than I think it is because it's going to push through damage. And then, oh, oh, if you've got any sort of. Wow, you know what you combine this with? Is fog effects. uh, Lapse of Certainty. I know the card you're thinking of. Lapse of Certainty. You're talking this thing. It's the white version of Memory Lapse, but it costs 1 more mana. Yep. Yeah, people don't expect the white counter spells, so they don't respect them because of it. Yeah. Uh Dawnstrike Paladin. Um Feels a little on the weaker side if you're a lot of these decks if or sorry, a lot of these cards I'm already starting to find if you're looking at like a budget friendly deck, these are budget friendly cards to put into them. That could actually make sense from that perspective. If you look at this instead of a 2/4, if you look at this as a 3/3 with Vigilance and Lifelink for 5 mana at common, that actually feels not unreasonable. It's a human knight, so anything that cares about knights is gonna care with us. Which means you get the tri-land tournament grounds to play with and a few other things. Dawnstrike Paladin, I would not be unhappy with. This is like the a worse Air Angel for 5. It's not necessarily worse though. Because instead of life, it's smaller, but it does have lifelink, which Sarah doesn't have. And again, I think it depends on what you're looking for. Like if you're looking for like obviously this is a knight, Sarah Angel is an angel. Decks that care about the creature type are going to be looking to different places. But I'm also looking at where do cards make sense. And yeah, this is the sort of thing that, you know, I could see somebody occasionally, Tomer from MTG Goldfish will put out like $10 decks from for Commander. Like, he goes by Budget Commander. He goes by Budget Commander for a reason. He loves coming up with decks that are like under $20 and seeing how they can and seeing how they can perform. And he goes to like $10. And this feels to me like this in a $10 brew, this could actually perform fairly decently, especially if you are also restricting yourself to being based around a given creature type, in this case, knights. Humans, you'd probably have better options, but in knights, this is actually, I think, in like an ultra budget commander deck, I think this would be perfectly fine. And again, it averages to a 3/3 vigilance lifelink. Yeah, I could see a home for it. I think in general I would agree with Rar, but I think there are niche places where it would actually be fine. Charging Griffin again. Oh, actually, sorry. This is not the ability I thought it was. My brain incorrectly autocorrected. Whenever this creature attacks, it gets +1/+1 till end of turn. 4 mana for a 2/2 flyer. If you're playing Griffins, you might end up having to play it anyway. However, there's already 3/3 flyers for 4 mana, and better than that nowadays. So, in general, this has already been kicked to the curb. What you want for something like this, if you're considering playing something like this, A, you're playing Griffins, or B, you have, I think his name is Ishin. Yeah. If a creature attacking causes a triggered ability of a permanent you control, trigger that ability triggers an additional time. Now, I don't want to spend, $5, $6, $7 on my commander only to play with, like, rather meh, um, 4 drops. But, this could also be one of those situations where it's like, I'd have to see what else exists. Because if I'm doing this, I really want, ideally, I'd like this to be at least +2 power. Or, at the very least, +1/+1 and some other effect. +1/+1 and lifelink. +1/+1 and first strike. +1/+1 and memory jar. I wouldn't. There's only the 2 printings. It's on the reserved list. Because it's on the reserved list, they're not going to reprint it. It got a reprint in from the Vault Relics, and then they closed the loophole that allows them to do that. So the only way you could get a reprint of it is if they did another set along the lines of the 30th anniversary set for Magic, and they saw how badly that bombed. Oh yeah, it is too it's banned in Legacy and it's restricted in Vintage. If you are Memory Jar is one of those cards where if you can afford to get it, because it's never going to. I expect my expectation of it going down is really low. And the thing is, it's a good card that's on the reserved list. Yeah, if it's a card you're interested in getting, it's one of those cards I say get it as soon as you viably can. If it's a card that you're kind of meh on, then get it if and when you feel like. If it's a card that really interests you, get it as soon as you reasonably can. But again, the key word there is reasonably. Make sure you've got other stuff taken care of first. You know, don't forego, for example, eating for the week to be able to to be able to get your hands on a memory jar. Memory jar is not going to put food in your stomach unless you need it for events that can actually parlay into. That's another story. But yeah, anytime you see a card and you see it's on the reserved list, if it's a card that interests you enough to consider should I get it, yeah. Yeah, if it's a card that you can if it's on the reserve list and it's a card that interests you, always pick it up at the point when you can most reasonably afford to do it. Don't rush out on, this is magic. This is not a, I'm not giving any sort of financial advice in terms of, hey, by the way, this is not investment advice. But cards on the reserve list are always over time going to go up. Especially when people realize that, oh, by the way, card X is on the reserve list and suddenly there's buyout on it. Even if it's not a good card. Yeah, this is not a game that also changes their prices like crazy. Not generally. Not generally. Very occasionally, something will happen, like a card might get printed this year, and it will interact in an interesting way with a card that came out like 25 years ago, which has happened in the past. Um, under the then current wording, under the then current Oracle text for Time Vault, when Flame Fusillade got printed during the original trip to Ravnica, and I forget which actual set it was, it allowed for an infinite kill because you could infinitely skip your next turn to untap it and then use the Fusillade to ping your opponent. The Oracle text has changed to something that more reflects how Time Vault's actually worded. So that's no longer an option. But it took a card that was like $150 or whatever, and it actually started like jumping. I think 2 years ago, generally all the game is going to be more expensive. Yeah, like for example, I'll be one. Oh, okay. Um, I'll be one. Yeah, but that's also because it does something unusual. When you have cards that do something unusual, unless it starts getting printed a bunch like doubling season. Doubling season's had enough prints to where it's now you can regularly find them for under $40 and probably occasionally for under 30. Checklist sort by USD. Yeah, the original Modern Masters printing is 31 and change. Yes, it does. I remember this card was consistently a $60 card. This was consistently a $60 card. Pretty much, yeah. But it's not. It's legal e- almost everywhere, but it's not playable there. This is realistically a card for Commander, and maybe uh you can find a home for it in like a standard deck, or if you can pull it off, you might be able to do it in modern. And beyond that, no, it's not legitimately playable. Legacy too slow, Vintage too slow, Pioneer too slow. It's basically too slow in most formats. But yeah, this card was consistently 60 plus, but now it's had enough reprints in the last little while that it's now down to like one, two, three, four, five, six, seven. Seven versions are under $35. Food chain. No, that's not the one I thought it was. What's the one I'm thinking of? View all prints. Is it not? What's what I'm thinking of then? Yeah, no. I get that, and it's still like $50. Although hilariously, the one from Masks is the one from Masks the cheapest? Checklist. Yeah, not counting the list because finding a proper version of that is next to impossible. Yeah, Masks is pretty much the cheapest. Damn. Okay. But yeah, no, Charging Griffin. I want this to. Do I wish the reserve list was gone? I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know. LB1 is reprinted the Turtle set too. Yeah. I mean, anything that's modern legal is fair play to reprint, pretty much. I feel like the only way you want to play this is if you can get additional bonuses out of the triggers somehow. But I think apart from that, you can you can find 3/3 flyers or better for 4 mana, even at common. Yeah. I feel like these two here are actually like the two middle ones here on the top row are actually better than the other two. Steelform Sliver. This is the first time that we had slivers reprinted in a while. And this was the first time we had slivers that only affected creatures the player controls. Because previous slivers affected everybody. So, Gemhide Sliver, as an example, all slivers have this ability. Uh, okay, so you're leaving in 15 minutes? Is that what you're saying? So, there was an upside and a downside to slivers when M14 came out. The upside was these were now slivers that only affected just your own stuff. The downside, oh, so you're leaving and you'll be back in about 15 minutes. Okay. The downside was very much an artistic direction. If I go back to Gemhide Sliver, slivers commonly had this sort of aesthetic to them. They had like this big beak. They had this kind of snake-ish shape. They had arms that came out again in something, sharp, etc., etc. Here's the original print. Uh, Very much this is a magic creature. Well, then Steelform Sliver and the slivers from M14 come out, and they look very humanoid. And people were very people were very put off by this. Now, this is over a decade ago. Obviously, that's largely blown over by now. People have largely, you know, people that have an opinion on it still have that opinion on it, but it's like, eh, things have much more settled down than they did when this came out. That being said, sliver creatures you control get +0/+1. So this by itself is a 2/3 for 3. But you're playing this in a sliver deck. If you're playing slivers, you want effects like this. Or then for one more mana, same size, but all slivers get +0/+2. However, you may want both, depending on how toughness focused you want your deck to be. But also, if you're doing that, you've also got the ones that can pump, like pump both sides, uh like Muscle Sliver and their ilk. Sinew Sliver, that's the white one I'm thinking of. Oh Lord. I will be right back. Please hold. Cheers, Bream. All right. Whew. Hey, Yargo. Yes, this is where we got to. Ah, had to make a mad dash to the little thrall's room, and my my roommate had ducked in there, and it's like, oh no. Uh, yeah. Well, I made homemade pancakes earlier, and I used I think part of the problem was I used chocolate milk. Not a problem taste-wise, more of a more of a problem with how they go through my system. I think, I mean, chocolate goes through my system, um, in a not fun way sometimes, and milk goes through my system in a not fun way sometimes, and one plus two, or sorry, what 1 plus 1 is greater than the square root of pi, and yeah, Yargo, you're terrible. You're almost as bad as I am. Anyway, so yeah, as I was saying, Steel Form Sliver, depending on the kind of deck that you're playing when you're looking at slivers, I can see you playing this. If you're looking for a more defensive strategy, I can see you playing this. You're going to want all the muscles, slivers, and new sliver variants thereof. You're also going to want anything that can pump specifically toughness. So your various plated sliver, watcher sliver, steel form sliver is going to fit that. And in general, the more that can affect just your own, like steel form sliver can, I think the more likely you're going to like it. That being, because don't forget, and this is a thing that's going to keep coming up consistently. Sliver is a creature type. Anything that has all creature types is also a sliver. So, if you are playing Muscle Sliver and somebody drops, I don't know, uh, I can never, masked. Good lord, why can I never remember the name of the card? Masked Vandal, which is, which has Changeling. Cool, and I'm gonna blow up a thing. Okay, cool. Because this affects all sliver creatures and not all sliver creatures you control, Muscle Sliver is also going to affect, and the majority of slivers are going to affect Masked Vandal as well. Steel Form Sliver, on the other hand, since it specifically says sliver creatures you control, it's not going to affect your opponent's stuff. So, keep that in mind. I would expect the typical commander deck to run, and this isn't all decks, but this is like an average deck in general, to run 2 or 3 creatures that happen to be changelings. And it might be something in the abandoned base like Mutavault or Faceless Haven. It just might be a good removal spell like Masked Vandal, etc., etc. But I would probably say a couple. And so if you're playing slivers, you gotta watch out for stuff like that. But Steel Form Sliver and, other ones from the newer era aren't going to have that problem. Celestial Flare. This was the first time they, as far as I remember, this is the first time they tried printing a card that was basically um, Diabolic Edict in white. Diabolic Edict in and of itself is not normally a kind of card. Like it is. No, I don't think it's a card that I could see color shifted to white. Not as such. So for them to take Diabolic Edict and try and find a way to make it feel white, yeah, they have to put this additional restriction of attacking or blocking creature. And now that feels like something that makes sense. Because white, by this point, had a history I would probably say white has had a history, at least since Urza Block, I think, of affecting stuff that was only attacking or blocking. Like target attacking or blocking creature, or target attacking creature, or target blocking creature gets some ability, or is dealt damage, or something of that nature. This, if you are not in black, if you are not in black and you are in white, and you're yep, wing shards. Wing shards is a Wing Shards is a card that, to be honest, I was quite happy to cast straight up without any storm count. For those of you that are not watching on the Twitch stream, Yargo brings up this card, which I think was, like, back in the day. Like, I saw it, and I was comparing it to, I was mentally comparing it to Diabolic Edict, and I'm like, okay, it's got an additional restriction, but white cards commonly have to deal with attacking or blocking stuff anyway. I'm like, it's more, but I don't mind paying 3 mana to make you sack a creature. I really don't. And if I happen to get more spells, cool. Oh look, I cast... Oh yeah. Like if I cast, I don't know, Lotus Petal. Actually, no. Lotus Petal would be a better example. I have a bunch of mana. I cast, I don't know, Disenchant. And now I'm making you sack 2 creatures. You're not wrong. And there are Yargo, that I know you're saying that tongue in cheek, but there are going to be times when you're going to want to sacrifice your own creatures. Also, remember that it's considered an attacking creature until the end of combat step finishes. So you can do this after combat. Okay. Say hi to Yargo wife. I'm guessing she's a 3/9. Actually, considering you're still around and she's still around, she's probably a 2/10. But yeah, you can do this after combat damage has been after combat damage has resolved, which also means Celestial Fair. Same reasoning. You can do this after combat damage has been resolved, and cool. Almost everything's dead now. By the way, sacrifice a blocker. What? We're technically still in combat now. Sacrifice a blocker. It's the only guy I got left. Yeah. So Celestial Flare, pretty decent. Seraph of the Sword. Honestly, I find this one kind of like, now we're starting to look at rares. You know, it's a rare angel. Um, it's still okay, but it's a 3/3 flyer. Prevent all combat damage should be dealt to this creature. My first problem is I saw this and I was mentally comparing it to Dawn Elemental, which, yes, much harder to cast, much better on your devotion. Also an elemental. Oh, who was it that was asking about elementals? I cannot. Zero. I wonder if Zero is still around and just hiding. Users in chat. Nope. Zero's disappeared. I has the sads. Dawn Elemental. Hilarious card. This will survive so many things, including like a Star of Extinction. Seraph of the Sword is okay because it only prevents combat damage. However, if you put Pariah, I think it is, on this, all damage should be dealt to use, dealt to enchant creature instead. I don't mind Pariah. Like, Pariah on Seraph of the Sword means any unblock damage, any trample damage, etc., etc., is going to get dealt to the Seraph and then prevented. So 2-card combo that basically makes you immune to combat. It's almost like dealing with um it's almost like dealing with ancient adamantoids. So yeah, it's Seraph of the Sword, it's fine. Back in the day I would have even said it was good. Because the 3/3 flyer for 4 mana with a reasonable ability was still really good. But nowadays, I'm just. This is over 12 years ago. There's stuff, there's better stuff that has come out since then. And so now you're looking at it through a more difficult lens. High stirrings? Again, are you playing? Are you playing Slivers? You're probably playing this. This is a card that I almost considered for my mono white common stack because it does produce 2 tokens for, from 1 card. But it's 3 mana at sorcery speed. The tokens are not white, which is occasionally relevant for that deck. They don't have a creature type that's relevant to my deck. And for this, I'd have to be relying on somebody else playing Slivers, and I cannot assume that. We are not currently in a time frame where if somebody is playing a random deck at the table, like even a random creature type based strategy, Sliver is going to be at the top of the list. It's still a popular creature type, but you cannot assume that Slivers is going to be fairly high up there. And so this did not make it into my list. It is just a little too weak for what I was going for. None of these do anything I am looking for. Which one, the Savior? Or do you mean the ship? Or do you mean the ship? Yeah, for a different kind of deck, yeah. But it doesn't do. No, these are colorless, but they're not. They're not artifact. This is the same kind of thing that Eldrazi runs into. They're colorless without being artifacts. Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah. yeah, Jackdaw. Yeah, I mean that is especially since now the updated commander rules, um, where basically if it has empower and toughness and it's legendary, you can have it as your general. You can run Jackdaw as your commander. Um, yeah, you build Izzet artifacts, and Jackdaw would I think would be a pretty good deck. Because especially if you've got a way to empty your hand or mostly empty your hand pretty easily. But yeah, high stirrings, you really want it for slivers and not really anywhere else unless the fact that it's colorless is actually relevant to you. Soulmender, when this was in M20, I actually played with this in standard. Um because having a creature where you can just suddenly go, tap, I gain a life, and trigger any ability, trigger anything that cares about you gaining life. Like, for example, your Johnny's Primate, your Bloodthirsty Aerialist, Gideon's Company, uh, Essence. Oh, good lord, I can't remember what you're called. The one that's in standard right now, Aerith. Essence Channeler. I think it's in standard. Or anything else that cares about you gaining life. For a simple matter of tap. Yeah. Um, this is why some of my commander decks don't care about life gain. Like my mono red deck. Um, where is it here? My squee deck is going to is based around commander damage, and as a result, I only need to deal 21 damage with squee. Yep. I only need to deal 21 damage with squee to knock somebody out. And my Selesnya Commons only deck. I only chose the general I did because I needed a common general for this deck. And there's not good options. But this is all based around poison. It's not as bad as it appears, but yes. It also depends on how you build it. But yeah. This deck is based around giving people poison counters. And then you've got my Azorius deck, as I was talking about earlier, which is based around milling my opponents. There are ways to not worry about life gain. Realistically, though, most of my decks do care about my opponent's life total. And then there's Yomiji. um, who has got basically infinite mana combos. And because I've got, well, I not only have infinite mana combos, I've also got what I've heard referred to as the Sun Gun combo. And so, you know, between having infinite mana and the Sun Gun, uh, yeah, I. This is another deck where, oh, nice. You're at how much? Oh, you're at 500? Cool. I'll ping you for 600. I don't think they all resolve. Etc., etc., etc. Because the thing about life gain decks is they generally don't, like, you generally don't infinite life gain. You just have a bunch of triggers that gain life. You can build it to infinitely life gain, but that's not a thing that normally happens. Oh yeah, even my mono green commons only deck has got a 3-card combo in it that can get me, well, a 2-card combo that can get me infinite number of L's. No, sorry. It's a 3-card combo that gets me infinite L's. And if I add a 4th one, they get haste. And I do have a couple of cards in here to help me search up the parts because I'm playing with just commons with this deck. I don't get infinite mana. Although I guess if I create an infinite number of L's and then I tap Priest of Titania, I guess then I get infinite mana. um yeah. So because I've been playing as long as I have, my brain has ended up getting to the point of when I'm seeing life gain, I'm like, okay, what is the reason for gaining life? I don't know the card you're referring to. But the one green mana. Oh, Concordant Crossroads. Which somehow managed not to get on the reserve list. I think because it was already printed in Chronicles. no, you're good. It just took me a moment to realize what you were trying to. I mean, let's be honest. We're looking at over 30,000 cards. um. So, what happened was the reserved list. You're looking at policy. Okay. And the policy basically said, we will never reprint these cards. I think it was originally, we will never reprint these cards in a normal set. Yada, 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 blah, blah, blah. And then they found a loophole that would allow them to reprint cards by going to things like From the Vault and other promotional versions. And then they decided, you know what? We really shouldn't be doing this. Let's close that loophole. So, ever since they closed it, they haven't been able to reprint cards that are on the reserve list. I think in the last 10 years or something like that. I forget. I forget when exactly they closed it. All right. MTG. So, it was revised in 99, 2002, and again 2010. And the statement regarding special purpose reprints was rewritten to allow for premium reprints of cards on the reserve list. Several reserved cards were reprinted as premium judge promos from 1998 to 2010. So, for a while, there was a special exception allowed because foils, etc., were new. And so basically doing if the set was like it's not a full set, like From the Vault is like only a dozen cards maybe. And it's all foil and this, that, whatever else. Wheel of Fortune? No. They turn around and allowed, or if it was like a judge promo or something of that nature, they said, well, in a situation like this, we're allowed to reprint. 2002, they turned around and tweaked what was on the reserved list. Commons and uncommon, old commons and uncommons were removed. Yeah, but 2010, They uh a pair of 2010 decks, dual decks for Phyrexia versus the Coalition and from the Route Relics, took advantage of the premium reprint exclusion added to the reprint policy in 1999. However, the community response to these previews for these products was negative, and before the release, Wizards removed the premium reprint clause. When you see premium, assume they're talking foils. So, in 2010, they removed the clause that allows them to basically go, "Hey, look, your special version being done in foil, we can reprint you that way." They killed that. Yeah, they killed it in 2000. They killed the loophole in 2010. So anything that exists, um, they ki- they killed that clause in 2010. So the only way to get a card is either A, something that already exists, or I mean, in 2026 and 2026, so earlier this year, Mark Rosewater noted that the reserve list doesn't prevent different and possibly better versions of the card on the list being printed. This has happened. Like for example, are you not? Oh no, Shazam Jin, as an example, is on the reserve list. Back in the day, this was a huge card. It was because you could get this out on turn 1, turn 2 at the latest, and your opponent's on a 4-turn clock, which is a really short time frame. And then you just have to keep it alive for 4 turns, and your opponent's dead. But they've reprinted this card in red or printed other cards that are, arguably better than this. And heck, there's even cards in standard that are arguably better than Shazam Jin. They commonly print a 4 mana, 6/6 flyer with some drawback or whatever going on. And it's like, yeah, okay. Some of them are just fine. Oh my god, there's cards in Fallen Empires on the reserve list. I mean, I guess, yeah. Rainbow Veil is on the reserve list. That's hilarious. I mean, I guess I get it, but still. But yeah. Um I mean, to me, from the vault, part of it depends on the For me, it's the individual card. um, does the card itself look cool? Yeah, collectors, and that's part of the reason the reserve list existed was because um when Chronicles came out, it reprinted a lot of stuff from Arabian Nights, Antiquities, Legends, and the Dark that were high dollar value at the time. And then they were suddenly all, here's a bunch of cards that suddenly got reprinted, and collectors were really unhappy about that. For me, the reserve list just need to be to add to the cards, like, yeah, but that's not what the reprint. That's not what the reserve list is. More than that, I think. Uh, nope. 23. This is all from the dark and on the reserved list. Yeah, because it's largely cards from these sets that were rares that were not reprinted elsewhere. Like that were not reprinted already in, I think, uh except for those already printed in revised 4th edition or Chronicles, and I think 5th edition was added to that list as well. Yeah. Anywho. Distracted. News at 11. But yeah, Soulmender, if you're playing a deck that has life gain triggers, you really want like again, a Johnny's Pride Mage, Essence Chandler, Aerith, anything of that nature at all. You really want an effect like Soulmender that allows you to trigger those abilities when you want in your deck. Good life conversation. I hope they make that Black Lotus that give 3 life now. So, White Lotus, tap, sack, gain 3 life. Yeah, nobody would play it. Although, if they did it along the lines of Gilded Lotus, where it was just, you know, tap, gain 3 life, tap, gain 3 life, tap, gain 3 life, that, and they probably make it 4 mana. They might make it 3 mana. That would get a little silly. But yeah, Soulmender. I ran Soulmender and I ran Banehound in that same deck. Banehound, love this guy to pieces, incidentally. 1 mana for 1/1, like 1 black mana for a 1/1 with haste and lifelink. I never cared. I want Mirrorlose to be a black border card. Oh, is that the one I think it is? Oh, I think I know what one that is. Yeah, Mirrored Lotus. Yeah. Mirrored Lotus is, I mean, it is a card that, um, you can get, like, it's one of those, if your group allows you to play it, you can use it. But that's very much a Rule Zero discussion card, and usually that falls under bracket 1. Anywho, Banehound was one of those things I never cared about it dying. I would literally cast it, attack with it, I don't care if it hits the opponent. I don't care if it does in combat. I just care that I gain life from it somehow. Cool. All my stuff grows. And Soul Mender was part of the exact same deck for a similar reason. Being able to turn on life gain when I wanted to turn it on. If you've got anything of that kind of nature at all in a deck that triggers on gaining life, yeah, you want cards like Soul. Your deck is going to be, for max speed synergy is good, yeah. If you're trying to gain life in your deck, being able to turn, and you have stuff that cares about you gaining life, being able to turn it on when you want is good. Soul Mender, I can, I will attest to that. Devout Invocation, 7 mana. Tap a number of untapped untapped creatures you control. Create a 4/4 white angel creature token with flying for each creature tapped this way. So, 7 mana and tapping 1 creature for 4/4 flyer is kind of bad. 7 mana and tapping 2 creatures and getting 2 4/4 flyers is actually pretty decent. If you get more than that, and you can afford to do more than that, this starts getting silly. Let me pull up, for the sake of convenience, my mono white commons deck. Okay? Let's take Sworn Companions. 3 mana, I get 2 1/1 soldiers with lifelink. Okay. I'll tap the 2 tokens and I get 2 4/4 flyers. Or let's go with, what's the most efficient way I can pull this off? Probably still 6 mana. Oh, no, 4 mana. Captain's Call. 4 mana, sorcery, I make 3 1/1 soldiers. Well, at 7 mana, I tap my 3 1/1 tokens, and I get 3 4/4 flyers. And heaven forbid I get a way to, recast this somehow. I don't know. I run red and have Anarchist and Revolutionist and a couple of other similar cards. Oh my dog. So, there's not a lot, but there's a few ways that you can sacrifice creatures in, well, there's some more in red. But I was thinking in white, there's some ways to sacrifice creatures. Not a lot, but there's some. White also has a good amount of reanimation, especially for smaller sized creatures. So what you do is you build a deck with a bunch of cards like Anarchist, Revolutionist, Get To Chronicler, stuff like that, where comes into play and you get an instant or sorcery. Relevantly here, a sorcery, back from your graveyard to your hand. So you do that. You put a bunch of reanimation spells of whatever type in. And then you add cards like Devout Invocation that you want to be able to keep recasting. And so you sack the creature, you sack, let's say, Anarchist. Dies. You bring it back to the grave. You bring it back from play. It brings back another Devout Invocation. And then you sack you sack it again, and it comes back. I don't know. Maybe you keep bringing back every turn with Rhea Dawnbringer or with Emeria the Sky Rune. And just keep going and going and going and going. With a number of token doublers nowadays, this is broken. Yeah, the amount of you don't. Here's the thing: you don't even need token doublers. It makes a big or token triplers. Um, yeah, this is already. This is already. I would say this is already fine if you can do it for 2. And if you can do it for 3 or more, you're going to be ahead. Most of your tokens are going to be like random 1/1s. These are 4/4 flyers. Yeah. I think we're at the point I don't need to say much more about that card. Fiendslayer Paladin. This is one of them. One of those various White Knight, Black Knight cycle kind of cards. 3 mana for 2/2 with first strike, and in this case, lifelink. And cannot be targeted by your opponent's black or red spells. It can still die from all that stuff and whatever. It doesn't have protection from them, but they can't target it. So this is one of those cards where they're trying to start getting away from protection, but they don't want to get. They're not giving they're giving you some of what protection does, but not the whole thing. But as I said before, first strike does not get enough love, does not get enough attention. It's a knight. It has lifelink, so if you're considering a life deck, like especially something that's got a bunch of life gain creatures, it's really good, etc., etc. Yeah. Path of Bravery. This is where you really see that in M14, they really want to lean into life gain. Because if you take a look at even the bad stuff, welcome back, Zero. You had Stonehorn Chanter that gained lifelink. Dawnstrike Paladin had lifelink. Soul Mender. Tap to gain life. Fiendslayer Paladin. Lifelink. Oh, probably. I was at my LGS last week. Putting in hours. And we had got the commander product. We had got the commander decks early. And I'm not going to say much about them because I don't want to spoil anything for anybody else who might be watching or might be watching later. I'll say this. They had us crack open a few decks. Like a few copies of... Because Turtles only has a single deck, unlike most commander products. Unlike most commander products where they normally have like 4 or 5 decks, Turtles only has a single commander deck. And so I cracked them all. 8 copies in total, I think it was. I had to sort, I had to make sure how many copies are we going to have? I had to basically organize them by, well, put all the copies of I can't remember if this card was in there. I'm going to say Abrupt Decay. Put all the copies of Abrupt Decay from all the decks together, put all the copies of Soul Ring together, etc., etc. So I had 8 copies of this, 8 copies of that, 8 copies of that, whatever. There were, at the end, there were 6 cards in each deck. If you looked at the set code, did not say that it was from the commander deck. It said they were from the main set. I don't remember what the 6 cards were. I think one was land, I think one was white, one was green. I don't remember the rest. But there were a few cards, 6, and it was the exact same 6 cards in every deck. So I thought that was interesting. Um, I don't want to say too much about what's in Turtles because the pre-release is this coming weekend. Uh but some of the I know some of the lands some people are going to have more interest in than others. I know some of the lands that are there that are I know there's a couple of lands that are reprints of older lands that are cards that I have an interest in. And if you know anything about me and you've looked at any of my deck lists, like especially something nearer to the bottom, you might have an idea of the kind of cards I'm looking at. Anyway, if you guys want to talk about what's in the set, I'm not going to say no. I'm just going to say I'm not going to talk about it. But I'm not going to stop you from talking about it. I will neither confirm nor deny the comments. But yeah, path. As I was saying, this is where you can see White 2014. They really started pushing on. They really wanted life gain, your life total, to be part of the actual game. Because as long as your life total is greater than or equal to your starting life total, creatures gain, you control get +1/+1. And whenever one or more creatures you control, so are you attacking with more at least one creature? You gain life equal to the number of attacking creatures. So, again, your life total in M14 is going to be really relevant. I think I think this is an okay ability. This is where it's going to start. Again, this is going to be another one of those cards that feels like, not quite as such, but feels like, cool, I'm going to start getting life now. But this, depending on how you build your deck, is going to feel, as I've mentioned before, when you're building life gain, if you're gaining 10 life, do you want 1 instance of gain 10 life or 10 instances of gain 1 life? You're calmly going to want to see 10 instances of gain 1 life because that's going to be more relevant to cards like a Johnny's Pride Made at L. But Path of Bravery, depending on how many creatures you have in your deck that are going to be there specifically for attacking, this is more likely to gain you 4, 5, 8, or more life in a single shot. So this is more likely to be, I'm going to gain a chunk of life rather than I gain a bit. This would fall more into the Ajani's Pridemate camp if it was whenever you attack with a creature, gain 1 life. This is now 1 attack. I gain a bunch of life as opposed to attacking, gaining 1 life per creature. It is a subtle but definitely noticeable difference. And yeah, this is a bit of a different card in that context. But I think now that we've finally got through white, I'm going to have to start getting through the rest of these fairly quickly. Messenger Drake. I think I actually have this in my mono blue deck. My mono blue commons deck. Where are you? You. No. I think you were in there initially, and I think you got cut. Yeah, I think it was there initially, and it got cut. Messenger Drake. 5 mana for a 3/3 flyer, and when it dies, draw a card. The heck? Whatever. Go away. It's hard to get past a 3/3 creature at common. Especially one that flies. Like, it's unusual to see one that's actually worth playing. Because you also don't want to spend an arm and a leg casting your creature. So 5 mana for a 3/3 flyer with a useful ability feels about right. I know this was a card that was on my radar for that deck. Depending on how I build my deck, this very easily could have gone in. If you're in blue and considering any kind of aristocrat strategy, this has got a useful dice trigger. So, I am not unhappy to see a card like that. Seacoast Drake. 2 mana for a 1/3 flyer, which averages to a 2/2 flyer for 2 mana, which in M14 is really solid. I would still play this now. This is one of the various meme cards that's come out over the years, especially in Magic's early days, was Stormcrow. Imagine this with 1 less toughness. Literally a 1/2 flyer for blue +1. It was a meme because of how bad it was. It did get to be better than Squire, because Squire was the same card as a ground creature in white. It was 1 white, 1 other for a 1/2. No abilities. Stormcrow was 1 blue, 1 other for a 1/2 flyer. But it was so much better, A, because it had flying, and B, because it was blue, it can pitch to Force of Will. Obviously, you don't take that seriously. Why are you putting Force of Will and Stormcrow in the same deck? No. This is actually a little bit better than that though, because of that 3rd point of toughness, which is actually relevant. Honestly, there's a few decks I can see putting a card like this into. Usually based around doing weird stuff, but if you've got any sort of toughness matters deck, this is a 3/3 flyer basically when it comes to combat for 2 mana. Which, sure, on the ground you can get a 0/5 or a 0/6 or whatever. This is a flyer. At 2 mana, this is actually reasonable. If I'm playing Drakes, I'm probably playing this. If I'm playing a budget deck of any sort, this is a sort of card I might actually be considering. If I'm not worrying about budget or anything like that, then yeah, I'm going to find better options. But especially if I'm building out of like the random jank that I have, sure. Although, realistically, I would probably play the Messenger Drake first. Train Condor. Again, another card who I am tired of seeing. Three mana for a 2/1 flyer. This should be a 2/2 flyer by this point. But I guess they don't want to kick Windrake to the curb just yet. Whenever Train Condor attacks, another target creature control gains flying till end of turn. Yawn. If you're looking at budget reasons, you can find budget ways to give all your creatures flying. You know, if you're looking at the fact that it's common, okay, maybe that's a little harder. But honestly, there's better versions than this for this ability. Pretty sure you can get a 2/2 flyer for 3 mana with the same ability by now. You might even be able to get a 2/3. Illusory Armor. If this was common, I would have actually no. That's the wrong deck. Sorry. Oh. Wait. I misread this. This is a kind of card that I wouldn't mind throwing in my mono blue. Keep in mind, when you hear me talking about a deck, there's usually something weird about the deck. This is the kind of card I wouldn't mind throwing in my mono blue deck. My mono blue deck tries to play like a green deck. Think about this. Think about Illusionary Armor as a monstrous growth that's likely to stay around for a few more turns. 1 blue +4. Enchanted creature gets +4/+4. When enchanted creature becomes the target of a spell or ability, sacrifice Illusionary Armor. I don't mind this card because if this sticks around for, say, 2 turns, that's kind of huge. This kind of makes me want to build like a mono blue, like how I did my mono red deck that was based on throwing a bunch of auras on my general. This kind of makes me want to build a mono blue version now. And we're at like this is the bottom row of blue in M14. The only card that does not interest me at all, that I think was like down here, you know, down there somewhere, down there somewhere in terms of playability, is the Train Condor. Glimpse the future. Um, you play this in you want to play this in self-mill decks. One blue, two other, sorcery. Look at the top three cards of your library. Put one in your hand, the rest in your graveyard. I'm sure there's more efficient versions of this card by now. But this is also like saying, well, I'm playing Lightning Bolt. Okay. Now, any other card that you want to put in your deck is going to be less efficient than Lightning Bolt, even if it's trying to do the same job as Bolt. It's sorcery speed. It can only hit players. It costs more to cast, etc., etc. There's always, some kind of trade-off. How many of those kind of effects do you want? Glimpse of Future is going to fall into that same kind of category. For a self-mill deck, I want some versions of this effect. And I'm probably fine playing this as one of those. Are there better? Sure. Is this probably still going to make the cut? Also probably yes. Zephyr Charge. What I said before about a cheap way to give flying. You can have 3 mana for a Train Condor, which is a 2/1 flyer that when it attacks gives flying. Or you can play Zephyr Charge. And give any creature you want flying whenever you want. Which means that you can save the creature or you can help kill an opponent. You can help kill an attacking creature. The creature that you're giving flying doesn't have to be yours. And again, the M20 version is 5 cents. It's the same price as a Train Condor and so much better. Because giving something flying, as an attack trigger is only going to be useful on your turn. This is useful at any time. Yeah, Zephyr Charge, especially on a budget, really good. Tidebinder Mage. I remember this used to be a big deal back in the day. 2 blue for a 2/2 Merfolk Wizard, so 2 relevant creature types. Also, 2 pips means, 2 blue pips means 2 more points towards Devotion of Blue. 2/2, so decently static creature in terms of its size compared to its mana cost. Not something that you see a lot of in blue. It's gotten better over the last few years, but it's still not common. Yes, I know it's got a gold set symbol. Stop that. When it centers, tap target red or green creature an opponent controls. That creature doesn't untap during its controller's untap step for as long as you control Tidebinder Mage. So as long as you've got this thing in play, the thing that you're tapping doesn't untap. Has to be a red or green thing, because, opposing. This is blue. It's opposed by red and green. It's the same thing why that knight, the Fiendslayer Paladin, it's white, can't be targeted by red or black. It's two opposing colors. Yeah, Tidebinder Mage. Green gets a lot of play. Red, people love their dragons and uh their dragons, their elves, their their squirrels, their giant beasts. Yeah, if you are if you're considering a card of this, like even looking at any of this, it's got 2 blue pips, it's a 2/2, it's a merfolk, it's a wizard. If you take any 2 of those, well, yeah, I would say if you're taking a look at any 2 of those, give this card a look. Elite Arcanist, 4 mana. This is basically your second Isochron Scepter. If you're playing blue, this is your second Isochron Scepter. It's easier to disrupt because it's a 4 mana 1/1 human wizard, but you're also playing blue. You should prepare for that sort of thing. So, when it enters, you can imprint any instant, not just an instant that with mana value 2 or less. And then you pay the spell's mana value and tap the Arcanist, and you can copy that spell and then cast the copy. Keep in mind, if there's an X on that card, X equals 0, because you're casting it without paying its mana cost, so you don't. Since you're casting it without paying its mana cost, that does not give you a way to set X, like the X that shows up in the mana cost. But if it costs 7 mana in 3 different colors, cool. You go 7 tap. I'm going to copy it and then cast the copy. Yeah. If you can't find a way to do something with that, I don't know what to tell you. I think I'm going to pass on the rest of blue because the rest of blue seems pretty straightforward. I think at blue we already, like by the time we hit Tidebinder Mage, we were already into the good stuff, I would say. Black. Undead Minotaur. You're playing this because it's a black common Minotaur. That's probably what I'm seeing. It's you're not playing it because it's, well, I mean, you could be playing it because it's a zombie, but I really think you got better zombies than that at 3 mana, even at common. You're probably playing it because it's a Minotaur. It's not a mini Minotaur. Minotaur, Minotaur, Minotaur. Minotaur Abomination. Similarly. What happens when you take 2 3 mana 2/3s and slap them together? You get a 6 mana 4/6. It's literally look at that. Shuffling, wobbling, entrails placed haphazardly. It's shameful. Who would let that kind of work flap about for all to see? Compared to the Undead Minotaur, the work that went into creating this magnificent specimen, horrific, deadly, well-balanced. Not all necromancers do elegant work like this. Yeah, you play the Minotaur Abomination if you want a bigger creature. You play the Undead Minotaur if you want a more efficient creature. That being said, like, I'm probably, if I'm looking at like a mono black zombie stack, I might play them, two of them. I'm, but yeah, I'm probably more realistically playing the Undead Minotaur because there's, I'm likely to already have enough payoffs for having for having zombies, minotaurs, whatever's. That, Minotaur Abomination just doesn't do enough. Vampire Warlord. This has got an ability. Oh, that's hilarious. This has got an ability that we don't see enough of these days. Um, and that's regeneration. Now, a large reason we don't see that much regeneration anymore is because it's more or less that and protection have kind of been taken over by indestructible. But here's the thing. If you're building any sort of aristocrat strategy, having a way to sacrifice a creature whenever you want and get some kind of bonus out of it. There's no restriction to when you can do this. There's no restriction, there's no additional cost of this. It's just sacking up. The only drawback to this ability is it's sacrifice another creature, but that generally makes sense because you are looking at you're generally looking at you want to sacrifice something else to regenerate this. Sacrificing itself to regenerate itself would not make sense. It would also be confusing for newer players because because you would think that if you sacrificed its like again, keep in mind thought process of a newer player. If you sacrifice the warlord to its own ability, but now it's dying because of it, so does regeneration kick in and it comes back and sticks around? We're not talking how the rules work. We're talking the thought process that a newer player might have. No, that doesn't work, but that also explains why in a core set they said sacrifice another creature to save on that confusion. Back in the day, what was suggested, a common way I would hear people say how regeneration worked was it stops the creature from going to the graveyard in the first place. Regeneration is like Wolverine. It's not like Jesus. As in, Wolverine, most of the time, well, barring certain very dark um, storylines. Wolverine generally doesn't actually die. His regeneration, his healing factor stops him from dying in the first place. It keeps him going. Jesus had to die and then come back. So, if you think about it that way, even back when I started playing, it was a common perception for people to think that regeneration meant, well, it dies and then it comes back into play. And even back then, even 30 odd years ago, playing under the revised rules, as in the set was called revised, also known as 3rd edition. But it didn't say that on the packaging. Before Legends came out, which was Magic's third ever expansion, the rules said, no, it stops it from, well, it stops it from dying in the first place. The rules back then for regeneration were slightly different. Back then, the stack didn't exist. The batch didn't exist. We did have something like those, but it wasn't as clean and simple as what we have nowadays. Well, yes and no. It was... I won't go down too far down the rabbit hole of story time right now. But when you cast a spell, way back in the day, but pre-5th edition, you cast a spell, players can respond to it, players can respond to it, players can respond to it. Once the first person, once everybody stops, it all starts to resolve. Most recent to, newest to oldest. But unlike what you can do nowadays, where you can stop in between, no, it's all resolving. There's a couple ways to interrupt that, so to speak. Back in the day, there was a card type called, surprisingly, Interrupt. Now it says Instant, but if you look down here, it says Interrupt. Actually, let's go with... That might actually be slightly easier to read. I'm not sure. Yeah, let's stick with 4th edition for now. Anyway, back then it was type Interrupt. You cast a bunch of stuff, you cast a bunch of stuff, you cast a bunch of stuff. Then somebody casts an Interrupt. Now the only things that can be played are other interrupts. And then, once people are done casting their interrupts, everything, and I mean everything, starts to resolve. Again, most recent to newest to oldest, last in first out. The interrupts will start to resolve, and then everything else starts to resolve. And you can't stop that. Again, this is the way it worked way back in the day. Way back in the day. So that's the one way to interrupt things. Whoops. The second was a card like Lightning Bolt. Why? How did Lightning Bolt do anything different? Lightning Bolt hitting a person. Well, Lightning Bolt deals damage. Unsurprisingly. But this is relevant. Lightning Bolt deals damage. Damage would technically, again, we're talking 30 years ago. Damage would be assigned, and dealt, but the result of dealing that damage would go on hold. What? The result of dealing that damage would go on hold. So I'm dealing 3 damage to you. Okay, before I jot down the change to my life total, here's a pop-up. You have a damage prevention window that kicks in. Okay. I tap Semite Healer to prevent 1 point of damage. Okay. So now, because the way Semite Healer was worded back then, it's prevent 1 damage to any creature or player, to any target. But there was a damage prevention window, which was when you could use abilities like this. The second option for this was I lightning bolt your creature. Okay, well this is enough to kill it. And it didn't have to be lightning bolt. Desert Twister back then for green is what you would be using to destroy target creature. But you also had potentially, if it wasn't a black creature or an artifact creature, you could use Dark Banishing. Shatter on an artifact creature or Disenchant would work just as well, etc. Anything that was destroy target creature. And just destroy, not... We'll get to Wrath of God in a moment. Anything that destroyed the creature would also have another pop-up come up, including like combat damage. So it's about to go to the graveyard. Do you want to regenerate this creature? Do you have an effect in your hand, or do you have an effect in play that would allow you to regenerate the creature? Did you have, if you're looking at, for example, not Scale Zombies, Third Skeletons, which had an ability that allows you to pay mana, regenerate this creature. That's when you would activate it. As it was about to die from whatever effect would kill it, This is why Wrath of God and effects like that, said bury, because bury and destroy were not quite the same thing. Bury was destroy without allowing regeneration. That would bypass stuff like this, and also shortcut the game a lot because you didn't have to worry about those little pop-ups coming up saying, hey, by the way, do you want to regenerate me? Do you want to regenerate me? Do you want to regenerate me? Hey, by the way, I can be regenerated. Do you know that? Etc. So, but for somebody new to the game, this is a card, as in Vampire Warlord, that came out 20 years after the game originally came out. They've learned a few things since then. We still want you to be able to regenerate the creature, but we don't want as much confusion about how regeneration actually does work versus how people think it works and that everything, etc., etc., etc. So Vampire Warlord, sacrifice another creature. But yeah, this is why a lot of older versions of cards like Wrath of God and a lot of cards that are based specifically on Wrath of God don't allow regeneration. And when I say specifically based on, I mean cards like Damnation, for example. Specifically says does not allow regeneration. But yeah, all that being said, if you're in an aristocrat style deck, you want a card like this. I would not be adverse to seeing this in a vampire deck of some sort. I think this generally looks less good than at first appears. I think this is a words. I think this is a better card than it first appears. Because, yeah, it's 5 mana for a 4 power, 2 toughness creature. It dies to a stiff breeze. But it has regeneration. Again, you do the math, this averages to a 3/3 for 5 mana, which is but it's regeneration that doesn't cost mana. It just costs other creatures. This is a 5 mana creature. You're likely playing vampires. You probably should have more creatures by then. Also, if you think about the kind of creature this is, you have fun. What do you mean, no? Oh. You've got fun cards like Reassembling Skeleton. If none of the bones are original, is it even the same skeleton? But yeah. You have cards like Reassembling Skeleton to play with. This is, the sort of card that you're going to want in a deck. And maybe you can find a vampire equivalent. But this is the sort of card you're going to want in a deck like this. and just go, cool, I keep having ways to regenerate it. I think this is a fun card. Deathgaze Cockatrice. I'm kind of mid on this card. I'll be honest. If I think about this, it's like, as a general rule, because we are looking at commons from M14, I'm seeing black +2 for a 2/2 flyer, which realistically might be a 2/1 flyer considering we're talking black here. You're spending an extra black to give it Death Touch. You're spending an extra black to give it Death Touch, and I don't think that's an unreasonable ask. But I'm also looking at it as 4 mana for 2/2 Flying Death Touch. And I'm also thinking in the back of my head with an unusual creature type. But I'm also thinking in the back of my head, but there's also now Vampire Nighthawk, which has been printed a few times, and variants thereof, that are, 2 black +1 for a 2/3 Flying Death Touch lifelink. And how many... Actually, you know what? Here's a good question. ID equal black. Sort by... Where are you? Mana value. Well, we've now got Ahriman from Final Fantasy, which is the same cost for a full black mana less. And the ability to sack stuff to draw a card. This disturbs into that. Embodiment of Agonies is 3 mana for what can potentially be a fairly large cost. Or, not a large cost, a large body. I think it's not unreasonable for this to be a 4/4 Flying Death Touch for 3. Malakir Familiar. 1 toughness less. But whenever you gain life, this gets +1/+1 till end of turn. Again, I'd call that a payoff for gaining life, but a little less so. But definitely a synergy. Midnight Assassin, 1 power less, but a full black mana less. Moonstone Harbinger, almost the same size, and whenever your life total changes during your turn, bats you control get +1/+0 and gain Death Touch until end of turn. Oh, okay, and it is a bat. That's adorable. Nighthawk Scavenger. Nighthawk Scavenger's power is equal to 1 plus the number of card types among cards in your opponent's graveyards. So, yeah, this is easily a 2/3 Flying Death Touch lifelink. Because as long as one of your opponents has a card in their graveyard. Karsi Revenant, 3/3. This is basically your 3/3 Vampire Nighthawk with a exile from graveyard ability. There's your Vampire Nighthawk. Bone Picker is a 3/2 that can potentially be a 1-drop. Like, this is Grendel's Spawn of Null, which is a 4-mana 3/3 Flying Death Touch. So, also with at least one other relevant creature type, it's a dragon. So, yeah, like there are cards that are so much better. Like you're already looking at, I would say there's probably 8 cards in general. If I was looking for cards that had Flying and Death Touch, that I would probably play before the Deathgate Cockatrice. However, Cockatrice. There's only 3 Cockatrices, so you can't even try and build a tribal deck. So, yeah. Eh? I'd probably play the Undead Minotaur and the Vampire Warlord before either of these other two. Accursed Spirit. Again, Intimidate is the replacement for Fear. Intimidate is basically the same as Fear, but a creature with Fear can only be blocked by creatures that are black or are artifacts. A creature with Intimidate can only be blocked by artifacts or creatures the same color as itself. Or that technically that share color with it. I.e., if you have a creature that is blue-green that has Intimidate, as long as the blocking creature is either an artifact or blue or green, it could be blue-red, it could be green, white, black, whatever, then it can block. Yeah. However, once a creature is blocked, changing its color will not undo the block. Three, 2 with Intimidate for 4 mana. I always feel like this is about right, but I've always just been kind of meh on it. Keep in mind too, an ability like Intimidate is like flying, which is probably why it feels costed about right for back then. Because flying is basically, I attack, you cannot block me unless you have a creature that has X. And fear and intimidate, and there's another ability that's similar. I forget what it's called. They're all, I attack, and you cannot block me unless you have X. So I would consider that in this sort of. I don't consider Landwalk to fall under that category, because the X that you need is very narrow. You need like either you need to not be in the color, which is easy to change because Urborg Tomb of Yawgmoth gives, turning everything into a swamp, so Swamp Walk kicks in. Yavimaya Cradle of Growth, similar idea for Force. Harbinger of the Tides, similar idea to turn non-lands into islands. So Island Walk kicks in. Blood Moon / Mega the Moon, similar idea as the Harbinger, to give people to turn people's non-basics into mountains. So Mountain Walk kicks in. There's not really one for planes because planeswalking never really got anywhere. But if you want to shut off Landwalk, there's a couple of ancient artifacts. I think an ancient enchantment per color and an ancient legend per color, like legendary creature per color. And when I say ancient, I think we're talking like legends, maybe the Dark, maybe Ice Age. I don't think any cards that stop any sort of landwalk ability are newer than Ice Age. That's how far back we're going. So, pre-1995, I think. But you're looking at stuff that's got fear or intimidate or a similar ability. Color changes are not as hard to come by. Although, hilariously, there was a minor functional change in that fear in 7th edition said it couldn't be blocked by artifact creatures and or black creatures. Older versions also said the same thing. 8th edition turned around and keyworded it to the word fear. Which suddenly made it a functional change, sort of, in that because 7th edition's wording used the word black, you could use sleight, I think it was sleight of hand. No, sleight of mind. Change the text of target spell or permanent by replacing all instances of one color word with another. For example, you may change target black spell to target blue spell. This effect lasts indefinitely. So, what that meant was you could, up till 7th edition inclusive, say, okay, you cannot be blocked except by artifact creatures or green creatures. 8th edition rolls around and says, no, you have fear, which has a defined ability, but no longer uses a color word. Yeah. Lots of people were sad-faced on that day. Anywho. Yeah. Think of intimidate, fear, etc. as another tweak on flying, and then go, So yeah, it's fine, but I wouldn't be in a rush to play it. Lifebane Zombie. Again, the I'm this color. You two are my opposing. In this case, white and green. 3 mana for a 3/1 with Intimidate. Okay, so 2/2, a 2/2 with Intimidate. Yeah, that's about right. When this enters, target opponent reveals their hand. You may you choose a green. You choose yeah, a green or white creature card from it and exile that card. Yeah, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. You. Yeah. Now, I think if somebody is, I think the more, I think if you don't want to be a dick, you choose the person who's likely to play more colors because, I mean, you'll have less selection, but they'll also have more ways to like not worry so much about it. Whereas if you choose somebody that's got, that's mono green or mono white, probably mono green, you get to take their best creature, regardless. It's like, unless it happens to be a colorless artifact creature, you're taking their best creature. Also, don't be a dick. Don't run this with an effect like Painter Servant. I think a Painter Servant is the only one that will do specifically this. Don't do that. Unless you're playing competitive, unless you're CEDHing, in which case go right ahead. But, you're kitchen tabling it? No, just don't. Just stop. But yeah, this is still fine. Man, you're playing zombies, you're playing warriors. It's 2 pips out of 3. Towards devotion. It's 3 power for 3 mana. This was a good creature for quite a while. If you need me to tell you how to play it, what I do need to see, however, Bubbling Cauldron, Festering Newt. Okay. So neither of these let you play as many copies as you want. Trigger creature. I think realistically, I'm more likely to do this for the Bubbling Cauldron. So this is a 4 mana 1/3. 2 and tap. Search your library for a card named Festering Newt or Bubbling Cauldron. Put onto the battlefield, tap, then shuffle. So this tutors up Festering Newt, which is basically a Festering Goblin with a different creature type. It's a Salamander, apparently. But if you've got a Bogbrewer Witch, which is the card we're looking at in play, or something like Spy Kit attached to one of your creatures, the creature that you're hitting gets -4/-4 instead of -1. Pardon me. Instead of -1/-1 instead. Bubbling Cauldron gives you a sack outlet. I kind of like the Bubbling Cauldron. Oh, oh no. Bubbling Cauldron with Spy Kit is just keep re-equipping the Spy Kit. Sack. Oh, that's funny. Bubbling Cauldron plus. That's kind of funny. A quick creature has. Yep. Yeah. uh, Corpse Hauler. Corpse Hauler was okay. You sack you sack itself. I think I might have that in. I want to say it's Rakdos Reanimator. Uh, yeah, I did put that in here because I'm how it's hard to find good cards to bring creatures back into play at commons, so at some point you have to just go raise dead instead. And I went with Corpse Hauler as one of my options because it's a reasonable body that I can sack later to bring something back. But yeah, it was there's not good options. This is one of those cards that if I can find a way to not play it, I would probably play something else instead. I'll be honest. I'm not enthralled with it. Whoops. Control Shift T. Yeah. Would not recommend unless you're really tight on options. Oh yeah, by the way, what I was thinking of for the Bogbrew Witch was less the Bogbrew Witch and more Bubbling Cauldron plus Spy Kit, because Spy Kit gives the creature it's equipped to the name of all non-legendary creature in addition to its own name. Goodbye. Come on. Hello. Thank you. A creature gets +1/+1 and has all names of non-legendary creature cards in addition to its name. So, again, think of you could think of Doctor Who if you wanted, where he's got the psychic paper, and it shows up saying, "Hey, by the way, this is who I am," etc., etc., etc. But more likely, it's you have the guy who's got like a dozen types of business cards, and each one has got a different name and a different job, and he's like, "Oh, my card." um, that's the sort of thing you're looking at for that. But name of all non-legendary creature cards. So you attach it to, I don't know, merchant ship, and it's now merchant ship and LA from Cairo and grizzly bears and um, Essence Chandler and basically anything that you can think of that's not, that's a creature that's not legendary. It'll Nantuko Shade, um, Shrieking Drake. It has all these names. It doesn't have all these abilities. It just has their names. The set of names the equipped creature have includes the names of all non-legendary creature cards in the Oracle card reference, including the backs of double-faced cards. So, what you can do is you can attach a spy kit to a random squirrel token, let's say. And suddenly it's now also a festering newt. Well, then you can now sacrifice a creature named Festering Newt, the squirrel token, to drain each opponent for 4. Enjoy. Yeah, Corpse Hauler, as I mentioned. Festering Newt, you really, if you're playing Festering Newt, you're probably comboing it with the Bog-Brew Witch and the Bubbling Cauldron. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother. Oh, Artificer's Hex. 1 black. Enchant equipment. At the beginning of your upkeep, if enchanted equipment is attached to a creature, destroy that creature. Take an equipment. Or sorry. put this aura on an equipment that they really don't want to have to worry about the creature dying. The thing is, it doesn't target the creature. It only ever targets, when it's being cast, the equipment, and that's it. It doesn't target anything else. If you can find a way of moving the equipment from creature to creature to creature to creature, you can slowly kill off your opponent's creatures. At the beginning of your upkeep, if enchanted equipment is attached to a creature, destroy that creature. Have fun with that. Gnawing Zombie, again, if you're looking into an aristocrat style deck, once you're playing zombies, you just might be anyway. Pay 2 and sack a creature. Target player loses 1 life. You gain 1 life. You can target yourself with that, and doing that will make you lose 1 life and then gain 1 life. And if you've got anything like Alhamrat's Archive to increase your life gain, you can actually use that for gaining life. Yeah, you can use this to set off life loss synergies, life gaining synergies, sacrifice synergies. This has got a few places it can go in, never mind the fact that it's a zombie. Liturgy of Blood. This is basically trying to be no? Oh, right. This is trying to be fell. One black, one other, sorcery, destroy target creature. Liturgy of Blood. Destroy target creature, add triple black for 5 mana. So, you are paying 3 colorless based on back then to get 3 black. Or are you? What? What I see from a card like this is if you get cost reductions, you could potentially bring this down to, I don't know, simply 2 black to cast. Jet Medallion et al. Come to mind. And then in doing so, you can bring this down to that's funny. If you bring this down to 2 black to cast, then it's 2 black, destroy target creature, gain 3 black mana. I've created a Cabal ritual that also kills off my opponent's creature. There aren't a lot of ritual effects in blacks that are playable in Commander. I think this is one of the better ones. And the problem with ritual effects in general in Commander is having to run enough of them to actually make it worth playing them. Find something to ritual into, that's easy. Finding enough copies of the effect to make it worth going, you need Dark Ritual, Cabal Ritual, probably Culling the Weak, Liturgy of Blood, Dark Petition, and every other ritual effect that you can find. And there's not a lot. And here's the thing. A deck that wants rituals in a format like Legacy wants generally is looking at 4 dark rituals and potentially 4 Cabal rituals, which is 8 in a 60 card deck. So 1 out of every 7.5 cards. So that means in a 100 card deck, well, actually 99 card deck, 7.5 equals 13.2. So you really need 13 rituals. And do we count cost reducers in this? And I think in a situation like that, you'd want some number of cost reducers. Because you really don't want to spend 5 mana and get 3 back. So, yeah, you're probably looking somewhere around 18, at least 18 rituals and cost reducers to make it worth playing. I might actually just call it 20. And then on top of that, you're probably also running the. You might try running storage lands. You might be looking at Peat Bog, and I think there's. Oh yeah, there's the one from Fallen Empires where it comes in play tap tap for black and sack for double black. A few other cards of that nature to try and get you ahead. And you probably want Amulet of Vigor in that deck. Um, but yeah, that's what I'd be looking for initially for that. On top of that, what does this do? It does convert 2 black into 3. So if you find you actually need a third mana, like a third black mana, this does do some minor mana conversion. So that's a thing to keep your eye open on too. Rod. 21 cards, alright. Cyclops turned. 6 mana for a 3/4 with Intimidate. In this case, you need to be blocked by red. And this is why they brought out Intimidate. Because now they can put on a lot more easily on creatures of other colors. This needs to be blocked by an artifact creature or a red creature. And can't be blocked by creatures power 2 or less. You can't chump block it. You need to block it with something reasonable. So those two combined actually make for a lot of, you can't throw a goblin in front of it. Like, you can't throw a random goblin token in front of it unless you've got a couple of lord effects pumping up the goblin token. This thing is going to get through for damage more often than it looks. It's only 3, you're spending 6 on, and it's only dealing 3, but it's going to get through for that 3 damage so often. So, yeah, if you're building a deck that's looking into red for just gain 3 damage, gain 3 damage, gain 3 damage, yeah, better than it looks. I probably wouldn't want to pay more than 5 mana for this. But again, get some kind of cost reducer out there. You know, your not Fire Diamond, Medallion, Ruby Medallion. You know, or an effect of that nature. You're playing, it's a creature. So Hazard's Monument. A card like Hazard's Monument, reducing it down to, even one effect like that sitting out is a big deal. Marauding Maulhorn, 4 mana for 5/3. Tax each combat of Fable unless you control a creature named Advocate of the Beast. Well, again, Spy Kit. B. What's Advocate of the Beast? It's a green creature. Are you playing green? Fortunately, it was a common. Oh, it's in Jumpstart. Cool, that makes things easier. At the beginning of your end step, put a +1 counter on target beast creature you control. 3 mana for a 2/3. Okay. And just I I mean, I might play this in like a mono red beast deck anyway, just because like it is a 5/3 for 4. That's not terror bad. Oh no, it attacks each combat if able. Okay. People have been playing with cards like Juggernaut for years. I yeah, I'd be fine playing it. Flesh Pauper Giant. 7 mana for a 4/4. When this enters, you may destroy target creature with toughness 2 or less. Here's the funny thing about this. It doesn't deal damage to the creature. It destroys the creature. So that means you can be looking at cards that have effects similar to, I was going to say Brash, yeah, like Brash Taunter and um what was it? Brash Taunter and Stuffy Doll. Both are indestructible. Oh, I think I think so. Anything that would die to this effect is indestructible. And anything that's not indestructible won't die to this effect. Of the cards that have that sort of ability is what I'm referring to. So, what would you want to destroy rather than with toughness 2 or less? You know what? Um, Toughness less than 3. Um, Order EDH Rack. Bird Solemn. Esper Sentinel I can see. Although you're paying 7 mana at that point. Blood Artist potentially. Scoot Swarm might be too slow. Oh! It can hit flyers. Red is not generally known for hitting flyers. It can hit flyers. Can kill Bowmasters. Can kill Grand Abolisher. Can kill Azusa, which isn't nothing. Delphi Voidwalker. Yeah, I think the fact that it can hit flyers is probably the bigger bit. Okay. Yeah, so there are Opposition Agent. Hey, Krim, how you doing? Your various Soul Warden effects. Okay. So there are some creatures. Yeah, okay. Then, yeah, this is the sort of thing where if I'm. This is the sort of effect where. Yeah, because I'm looking at. Okay, let's assume I'm paying 2 mana to do 4 damage. Or to do 2 damage. I'm paying 5 mana for a 4/4 giant. but it's also being destroyed. It's not having damage dealt to it, which is occasionally, it's narrow, but it's occasionally relevant. I would just have this as destroy target small creature. Okay. Yeah, this is one of those creatures that, if it was common and it was, um, if it was common, it would have been a consideration in my mono red common stack because it does destroy a creature and it can kill a flyer. Huh. I'm amused by this. I'm completely amused by that. Yeah, that is a card I would play. Um, because it does destroy a creature, and I know I keep mentioning the fact that it can kill flyers, but the thing you've got to remember is when you're playing red, a lot of cards that have an effect at all like this tend to only hit, and A, usually it's damage, and B, usually it's to a creature that's, without flying. And especially if you're looking at like the big board, the more board wipey type stuff, it's, X damage to each, like Earthquake, X damage to each creature without flying in each player. Creatures that have flying are generally immune to this kind of effect. So that's an interesting card to know about. Regathon Firecat. I don't think you're playing it because it's an elemental. You might not even be playing it because it's a cat. You're playing it because it's a inexpensive 4-power creature. What? Huh? Yeah, you're playing it because it's an inexpensive 4-power creature. Because there are certain cards that want you to, whenever you cast a creature power 4 or greater, whenever creature power 4 or sometimes 3 enters under your control, etc., etc. There's a few cards of that nature, and you play a card like Regathon Firecat to enable those. Like, you do those so you can draw extra cards, so you can get this bonus, that bonus, whatever. That's what that's for. Realistically, otherwise, yeah, don't bother. Awaken the Ancient. Some days you stand to greet the horizon. Other days the horizon stands to greet you. Alright, you ideally want to put this on like your 5th land. Preferably one that's already been in play. Oh, actually, no, it gives haste. So that part doesn't matter. 1, 2, 3, 4. Enchant this one. Hi, I'm attacking you for 7 now. Wait, what? I'm attacking you for 7 now? Yeah. If you've ever thought about playing a deck full of cards like Zendikons and, what was it? Zendikons and Genjus and stuff like that, Awaken the Ancient gives you another card to add to that cycle. And in fact, you might be able to slim it down to 2 colors. You might need to go 3. And basically build it as some like auras, auras, enchantress kind of deck. And just use the actual lands as your win con. And go, smack! I throw this on, smack! I throw this on this one, smack! I throw this on this one, smack! The funny thing is, Awaken the Ancient then turns that land into a 7/7 like whatchamacallit, Sisters of the Flame. Because now it's a 7/7 creature that taps for mana. What? Yeah, that's a hilarious thing. Um, so yeah, I would be all in on building a deck on like Zendikons and stuff like that. Academy Raider, 3 mana for 1/1 with Intimidate. When it deals combat damage to a player, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. The fact that it's got Intimidate, aka similar, like I said before, similar to having flying. Deals combat damage to a player, you can discard a card or draw a card. That's an ability that a lot of decks are going to want for a lot of reasons. And sometimes you just put it in the deck just so you can get rid of crap that you don't need, so you can get stuff that you do. Especially if you have to like tutor to the top of your deck. Attack with this, cool. I get through for 1 point damage, cool. Toss this, give me that now. Cool, now I can play. Mindsparker. Again, the red version of the I hate those two colors. In this case, red hates on white and blue. This is a 3 mana a 3/2 first strike, which is pretty freaking good. Whenever an opponent casts a white or blue instant or sorcery spell, this deals 2 damage to that player. So even if they cast something like Wrath of God, they're still taking 2. Again, perfectly legit, perfectly playable. It's got 2 pips on. I think they are all 3 mana, because the black one was whatchamacallit zombie, Lifebane zombie? Yeah, 2 black plus 1. Whoops. Blue was Tidebinder Mage. Apparently not. Maybe they couldn't find a good way to make it at 3 mana. And Fiend Slayer Paladin, 2 white plus 1. Okay, I think they tried and they couldn't come up with a good way to build it. But yeah, 3/2 first strike. Even just that, a 3/2 first strike for 3 mana is pretty good. And again, first strike does not get enough love. And then just being able to shock somebody whenever they cast something white or blue. Seismic Stomp. It is not in me to tread lightly. Right, a Geomancer. 2 mana sorcery. Creatures without flying can't block this turn. This is the sort of thing I was talking about. This says without flying. Because, you are causing a what's the word I'm looking for? You're basically causing a localized earthquake. And so stuff that's in the air is not going to be affected by what's happening on the ground. But anything on the ground is going to go, so they can't block. Can't block this. Can't block this. Yeah. This is the opposite of fog. This is making sure your creatures get through, as opposed to fog, which is making sure they can't do anything. I think if you're looking for any sort of aggro deck where you try and push through damage, although I would be looking into First Strike and Trample first. to try and push through damage. Oops. Battle Slivers, sliver creatures you control get +2/+0. This is a 5 mana 5/3 sliver. That will, that because it's a sliver, it'll pick up the abilities the other slivers get. I shouldn't say get, the other slivers hand out. So, you're playing slivers, you're in red, you're probably playing Battle Sliver. Barrage of Expendables. Again, so Barrage of Expendables has got a couple things going on for it. This you largely want. Goblin generals don't distinguish between troops and ammunition. What I think the funniest spot for a card like this would be is I think it's Insidious Roots that I'm thinking of. I'll tell you in a moment. Insidious helps if I spell you correctly. Roots. Creature tokens you control have tap, add 1 mana of any color. And then creatures leaving the graveyard make plants. Right. Yeah, so Insidious Roots, relevantly, gives all your creature tokens the ability to tap for mana. So, Insidious Roots, let's say Krenko's out. So you're playing at least 3 colors, so you're in at least Jund. Tap Krenko, make a dozen goblins. If they've all got haste somehow, you're playing red and you're playing green by that point, you probably have a way to give them all haste. Give them all the ability to tap for mana. They all tap for red. Then you sack them through the barrage of expendables and do what I'm going to do. One here, 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 one here. I think I may have gone one more too many. But anyway. Yeah. Barrage of expendables. Yeah! Yeah, you put that in a deck with a card like Insidious Roots or a similar effect, and stuff's going to get silly. You might be able to do that without having to go into another color. I don't know for sure if there's a way to do that. I think there's a card that gives your treasures. Oh. Blue can let you. No, blue lets you tap your artifacts for blue mana, unsurprisingly. I'm sure there's a way to do it. You can, if you come up with something, feel free to sound off in the comments and go, "Hey, hey, hey." Yeah, here's a way to do it. Anyway, or again, this is Commander. There's always a way to generate an infinite amount of mana. Enjoy. Thorncaster Sliver. 5 mana for 2/2. I feel like this is a... Oh no, I see why. 5 mana for 2/2. Sliver creatures you control have. Whenever this creature attacks, it deals 1 damage to any target. The reason it costs 5 is because the idea... This was not built with Commander in mind. This was built with 60 card formats in mind. If you have 2 of these, or 40 cards formats, if you have 2 of these, you're getting 2 attack triggers, so it's zodding as every sliver. Ping, 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 ping. Ping, 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 ping. You attack with 3 slivers. you're going to deal 3 damage before blockers are even declared, which can start shooting down blockers. Oh dear. Oh my. Good lord. Imagine having 2 of these in play. Every sliver is going to have 2 of these triggers. So yeah, this was designed again with a format where you're allowed to have more than 1 copy in play. Which, of course, you can emulate with your various clone effects. The funny thing is, now that I say that, that's kind of what slivers are. They're a clone on steroids. I was going to use another term, but I'm like, yeah, let's not go there. But yeah. That being said, again, if you're in slivers and you're in red, especially if you're also in blue and are playing clones of any sort, yeah, I wouldn't say no to. Well, I might say no if I'm on the receiving end, but yeah, I probably wouldn't say no to somebody running this. It's kind of slightly dangerous ish. Chandra Pyromaster, which one are you? Oh yeah, that's the one that lets you. Okay. The big reason to play this is because of the zero ability. The zero ability is really good. This is trying to be like the red version of Jason the Mind Sculptor. And then you obviously, for something like this, want enough instant or sorceries in your deck that are just, kind of silly. Which, let's be honest, there's a lot of cards in this game that are really silly, even if you go mono red. I'd also want a way to proliferate her so I don't have to wait for, turn 4, play her on 4, +1 her that turn, so 5, 6, 7, ultimate. So I don't want to have to wait 3 turns after I play her, because I'm impatient. So cards like Karn's Bastion will help accelerate that, plus any other proliferate shenanigans you can think of. There's Thrumming Bird and the other bird. ID equal U O proliferate bird. Nope. Really? Oh, no. Guild Pact Informant. You're a fairy. Of course you're being followed. I did not realize. I remembered a card that did basically what Thrumming Bird did, but cost 1 more, but also affected planeswalkers. Yeah, okay. Throwing Bird. Were you originally... Excuse you, thank you. No, you were not originally common. You just got a common version in Modern Masters 15. That's the only one, but that still makes it legal for Pauper. Vexing Radgal. If you... Okay, that's kind of funny. Vexing Radgal with Solemnity in play that stops people from getting counters to begin with. Suddenly turns around and makes all three of these basically the same effect. Okay. Anyway, yeah, I'm sure there's ways I can proliferate her harder, faster. Ooh, cool. Yeah, no, I think I like that one better. I think I agree. Yeah, this is trying to be a mono red Jace. Exile the top of your library. You may play it this turn, and then an ultimate that's like really good. But that ultimate, I think you want to be. I think if you're playing this, you want to be in at least Izzet, because blue, I can't think off the top of my head. Like, red's got decent cards, but I think blue's got the better cards that you want to triplicate. Yeah. I. Whoops. Boop. Noodle. Excuse you. Green. Okay. Woodborn Behemoth. As long as you control 8 or more lands, this is an 8/8 trample for 5. Yeah. Um. This is a card that you obviously accelerate out with lands. I.e., if you're accelerating this out, you're playing your cultivates, you're playing your uh, rangers paths and what have you, and digging out extra lands out of your deck, rather than how some decks would. Holy Hand Grenade of Antioch. Rather than how some decks are content with mana rocks or creatures that tap for mana. No, you actually want to get actual lands out of your deck for this one. Um, which I think this should be reasonable to turn on by turn 5. Turn 6 at the latest. This should be on turn 6, I would say, at the latest. Turn 5, not unreasonable. But again, this kind of deck, you want your Rampant Growth, your... I would run Snowlands just so you can also run Into the North. Which is a card a lot of people forget about, because people don't generally run Snowlands. Search your library for a Snowland card, put on a battlefield, tap and shuffle. It is literally, whatchamacallit, it's literally Rampant Growth, but instead of having to search for a basic, it searches for a Snowland. which allows you, I think, at least 3 cycles of dual lands. um, 2 for sure. At least for sure 2 cycles of dual lands. Um, at least I want to say half a dozen lands that have got um additional abilities. You've got your scrying sheets, you got your mouth of Ronom, you've got your faceless haven. You've got dark depths. And I'm sure there's some that I'm missing. I'm positive actually there's some that I'm missing. I just can't think of them right now. And I don't feel like looking into them. But yeah, Woodborn Behemoth. I would honestly, I would run Snowlands just so I can turn this on faster. So I can run cards like Into the North, which also helps with my mana fixing because that also allows me to run. God, like Farseek. Like I can run my Farseek and my Rampant Growth. This here's the thing. The suite of cards I'm mentioning, I generally don't like. Like me personally, in a format like Commander, I I personally, me, mind stab throw as you know, as I personally don't like rampant growth and effects of that nature in Commander because they only do this and then like Commander again, kitchen table always feels to me like one of those formats where yeah, but for just a little more you can do so much better. There's a lot of cards like um like if you compare rampant growth for example and then you get cultivate. Yeah, but for one more mana I can not only get the land in play, I can also get another one in my hand. And sometimes at 3 mana, some of those cards that do one land in play and one into your hand get you 2 lands in a play under certain circumstances, which commonly are not incredibly hard to trigger. Well, trigger is probably the wrong word, but you get my point. This is one of those. This card is one of those decks that would make me want to actually play cards like Rampant Growth, Farseek, Into the North, all that jazz, just so I can get to 8 lands faster. Or alternatively, see if there's ways I can see how hard it would be to get 2 lands into play at 3 mana. Which is also an option. But yeah, that's what I see there. And then you have a, and keep in mind, it just says you control 8 or more lands. They can be basics, they can be fetch lands, they can be lands that don't even tap for mana, a la Dark Depths, etc., etc., etc. And you get a 5 mana 8/8 trample. Advocate of the Beast. you put the... So, there's two ways I see to build this. One, you're playing Beast Tribal, and you have a payoff that is another creature type. And as an example, if we go to my mono green commons, stack, which is mostly elves. Where are you down here? This deck generates a lot of mana. Well, here's one of my payoffs for generating a lot of mana. Spectral Hunt Caller. I can pay 6 mana to give my creatures +1/+1 trample till end of turn. I can probably not unreasonably activate this 2 or 3 times in a turn, because I'll be generating a lot of mana. Because if you look at my 4+, this taps for triple green. This taps to make treasures. More relevantly, this taps for mana. This taps for mana. This taps for mana. This taps for mana. This fetches land. And it does not say tapped. More relevantly, taps for potentially a silly amount of mana. Taps for mana. Taps for mana. Untaps all my force. Puts a land into play. Taps for mana equal to the number of elves I have in play. The answer to that is yes. More relevantly, untaps the forest. Tap 2 elves to make a mana. Taps for mana. Taps for mana. Puts a land in play when it comes in. Taps for mana. Taps for mana with another creature. Taps for mana. Puts a land in play from hand. Plus my lands that tap for mana. I don't have any... Huh. I'll have to double check that. Yeah, the, what are you? Havenwood Battleground. Nope. Not a Havenwood Battleground. Hickory Woodlot. Hickory Woodlot needs to go in. How do I not have Hickory Woodlot in there? Oh, well. Anyway. So yeah, that deck has got some payoffs that are not elves. Just because they work really well with the amount of mana that you can generate in an elf deck. Or you play with a handful of changelings. And again, beast being a creature type, changelings have all creature types. I'm sure you can do the math. And again, reprinted foundations. Oh, foundations jumpstart. Oh. But so this would go into a beast deck that has some synergy elsewhere. Or sorry, this would go into a beast deck, but in and of itself is not a beast. But so there's a couple of ways to play that. But not unreasonable, I don't think, in either way. Voracious Worm. 2 mana for a 2/2, but it enters with X plus 1 counters, where X is the amount of life you've gained this turn. Again, M14, at least when you're looking at white, really wants you to gain life. I haven't looked much at the green section yet. Green is usually the other color that's big on life gain, although black also has a decent amount of life gain historically. Bog Brew, which potentially... Gnawing Zombie gains you life. Siphon Sliver, your creatures get your slivers get lifelink. Oh yeah, and no. Okay, that's it. That's all I see. All right. Quick scan through green. Nope, nothing in green. Okay. So this really so this is basically a grizzly bears that has the ability to come and play larger if you've gained any amount of life at all. Keep in mind, this is not a triggered ability. This is a replacement effect. Again, creatures by default do not enter with counters on them. Okay. Let's take Rumbling Baloth. It doesn't enter with counters. Nothing says it enters with counters. It doesn't enter with counters. Even Ground Shaker Sliver doesn't enter with counters unless another effect says so. So something is replacing this creature enters with this creature or this card enters with counters. Same with lands. They don't by themselves enter with counters. If it's entering with counters, another effect is replacing enter with counters, or sorry, is replacing enter with counters. So, this is a replacement effect. It's replacing enter with counters. How many counters? How much life have you gained? So what this means is this has to enter with counters first before an effect like Soul Warden or Essence Warden or anything of that nature would go off and say, "Hey, you're coming into play. You get to gain some life. Hey." No, you gotta wait for me to actually come in first. Hey, but let me show up. Let me get in the door first, and then you can say hi. Let me get in. Sheesh. So unfortunately, an effect like Soul Warden and whatever else that says whenever a creature enters uh, under your control, or whenever a creature enters, is not going to respond in enough time to go, hey, by the way, you came in, gain life, and then let Voracious Worm gain you the life, or gain counters from it. You have to, the Soul Warden effects have to wait for the Voracious Worm to actually be in and get its counters first before the other effects can go, hey, by the way, gain some life now. So this is one of those cards where it's like payoff for gaining life, but it won't. But something that triggers on something entering and gaining life isn't going to help here. This is like at the end of the chain. So that being said, if you're into, if you're into a life gain deck and you're in green, this is a not unreasonable payoff in a manner of speaking. Calling it a payoff is, might be a bit of a stretch, but it's completely reasonable for it to be like a 5/5 or a 6/6 or whatever for 2 mana, or potentially like a 12/12. Because, I mean, the only thing you gotta do is like, alright, how much life have I gained this turn? 17? 18. Cool. This is 2 mana, it's a 20/20. It doesn't have any abilities except for being really large, but sometimes being really large is enough. You have like a 20/20, you're basically looking at like the abyss, where people have to sack creatures to it every turn because it's just going to like eat them. That's why it's a voracious worm. Witch Stalker. Again, what we said before about, hi, I'm this color, I'm hating on these two. I'm a green card, I'm hating on black and blue. This is a 3/3 with hexproof for 3 mana. Already reasonable. Okay. Whenever the opponent casts a blue or black spell during your turn, put +1 counter on this creature. Triggers when the spell is cast before it resolves. Again, similar to Voracious Worm. Why was I about... Yeah, this thing is going to get bigger. But this can actually come into play first. But, Cyclonic Rift, cool. This is... I was going to say this is like a payout, but you know what? I would put this in... I would put this in a deck based around hexproof anyway, just because somebody's going to be playing black and or blue. It's a thing that's going to happen. Definitely black. Depending on the group of people you play with, probably also blue. But yeah, play this in a hexproof deck anyway. Are you in green? You should probably run it. Oath of the Ancient Wood. Whenever this enchantment or another enchantment you control enters, you may put a +1 counter on target creature. Are you playing in any sort of enchantress deck? Yes. You look into this because you probably want to make sure your stuff survives various effects. Also, you want to make your guys into threats at some point, right? Rumbling Baloth, 4 mana, 4/4, no abilities, which is part of the reason why I suggested it as a um as a as a sample when we're talking about Voracious Worm. It's a vanilla creature. It's a reasonable vanilla creature. Here's the problem: is vanilla ID equal green, mana value equal 4? 3/4/4/3 4/4 3/2 3/4 4. Wow. Are you kidding me? There's no mono green. Wow, 4/4 is the best you can get in vanilla? I mean, yeah. You're looking at 3/4s or 4/3s for the most part. And you are 11 cents. Just incredibly hard to pin down. Because it's only in Global Series Xiang, Yangu, and Mu Yanling. Or the list. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. If you're building vanilla, you're probably playing Rumbling Baloths in there. If you're playing vanilla, you're probably playing Celestia. Because Celestia, I seem to remember, has got some payoffs for playing. Oh, creatures with no abilities. Rumbling Baloth is probably going in there. Hunt the Week. There's better versions of this effect. But if you need enough copies, you might actually run this. This is trying to be destroy target creature in green. But this is fight. At this point, you should be able to get bite spells for this kind of cost. Fight. This creature and this creature each deal damage equal to their power to the other creature. So this deals its power equal to this creature, who at the same time is dealing its power in damage to this creature. Bite. One-sided. This creature deals damage equal to its power to that one. No return. This one doesn't get a chance to do anything back. Yeah, you should be looking for this cost. You should be looking at bite spells. Fight spells, you're probably looking at like you probably are topping out at 3 realistically. I see this much mana. Honestly, at this point I'm already thinking like the first thing I'm putting in is Beast Within. Got it. Don't know what to tell you. Yeah. Unless you really want a lot of fight going on, especially if you're playing with creatures that are indestructible. If that's a thing, then cards like Hunt the Weak go up in value because, like, especially if they are reasonably costed. Because your stuff's indestructible. You don't care. Ground Shaker Slivers, 7 mana for 5/5 trample. Well, sorry, 7 mana gives Slivers trample. I would assume by this point you're probably still looking around 6 mana, especially since only a single mana is green and everything else can be whatever. So you only need a single colored mana. So you're probably looking at 6 mana for 5/5, so one more to give all your other slivers trample. I'm fine with that. And heaven forbid you've got any sort of cost reducers for creature spells. Uh, Sort by color. Actually, War Chief potentially. Heartless Summoning could work, which is hilarious. Make sure none of your slivers are smaller than, are 1/1 or smaller. Sip Ceremony. If you've got something that gives your stuff indestructible because it says destroy the creature, that could do a thing. Marauding Raptor, maybe. Centaur Omen Reader, potentially. Duskrotch Recruiter, potentially. I mean, you don't want to go too far down. You don't want to go too far down this chain because you don't want to dilute your sliver count if you can avoid it. Natalia Keenide. um, Rakdos Lord of Rides would be hilarious. I don't think that's what we're going for. Hamza Guardian of Ration would be a funny. Nah, wouldn't work. Honest Rutstein. Honest Rutstein I could see. Animar, Soul of the Elements, I could. Animar, Soul of the Elements, I could see. Herald's Horn, I could see. Planar Gate, $70. Creature spells you cast cost 2 less to cast. That is so huge, though. But Urza's Incubator at half the cost, but restricted to a certain creature type. But yeah. But you are building a creature-based deck. Like, based on a given creature type. Yeah. At 7 mana, I just might go like a Chroma's Memorial or something instead, though. It's not a sliver itself, but it just gives so much. Enlarge. Oh, that's adorable. If I'm playing this in a deck, it might have to do with the fact that it's got a pussycat. 7 mana, or sorry, 5 mana, +7/+7 trample, and must be blocked with Fable. Yeah. Um, put this on something that's got double strike. Oh man. Oh, this is one of those cards where it's like I want to throw this in a deck where I'm using my general as a win condition. Oh, be right back. I gotta do the thing again. BRB, AFK. Yeah, you say that just as I had to disappear to hit the. I had to do a quick night soil. Wow, that sounds terrible. How you doing, Naku? Assuming you're still there. Hopefully you're still there. Nope, he disappeared. Well, that sucks. Anywho, uh, Into the Wilds. I think that's a perfectly valid way to ram plans. Knows that even if it is a land, you don't have to put it in play. You can. You don't have to. Um, but it is also a way that will help you get to your 8 lands a lot faster for Woodborne Behemoth. And it's a 4 mana investment once, which is nice. Yeah. If you want some kind of card advantage thing going on, uh, and you don't care if it's actually drawing cards per se or not. And note, this is on your upkeep before you draw a card. So if you do hit a land, it's kind of like you're drawing an extra card because the land is going into play and you're drawing into the next one. So actually really good for card advantage in a way that feels more green. Colonian Tusker, 2 mana, 3/3 vanilla creature. If you are looking for, if you're building vanilla deck, you're going to be running Colonian Tusker because he's probably the best 2-drop there is. If you are playing any sort of Green Devotion deck, this thing is actually playable in enough different types of decks. It's one of those cards to keep on your radar. Savage Summoning, I have this going into a deck that is based literally around stuff that can't be countered. It can't be countered. The next creature spell you cast this turn can be cast as though it had flash and can't be countered. And the creature enters with an additional +1 counter on it. So that's already got a lot going for it there. Now, ID gold, not IDC, not C gold. Oh no, not color C. There we go. All right. No, nothing with a gold color identity. C gold. Anything? Nothing that's gold. Cool. Artifacts. 13 of them. We can get through those fairly quickly. 3 Sliver Construct, 3 mana for 2/2 artifact Sliver. If you're playing Slivers, you're playing it. If you're not playing Slivers, you don't have a reason to play it. It's pretty straightforward there. Valo Poison. Sack it to give target creature death touch till end of turn. Honestly, for the 2 mana that you're spending, I'd rather have... Isn't Basilisk Color about the same? 1 to cast, 2 to equip. It's really close. But generally, for that 1 extra mana in total, Basilisk Color is just so much better. Even... Wow. Okay. Wow, they all want you to spend 2 mana. Apart from Eater Virtue, which gains bonus stuff uh because it's legendary. But this is keyword soup shenanigans going on. Yeah, okay. I see Violet Poison being arguably better, but again, for 1 more mana, you have access to Basilisk Collar, Gorgon's Head. uh yeah, the wait, how can Gorgon oh, cuz Gorgon Flail is 2 to cast. No wonder I didn't miss it. The multi-class Baldric potentially for like a lot of this is just or it's 2 it's 2 sorry, it's Death Touch on your turn or but yeah, just spend a little extra mana and have it on an equipment. Guardian of the Ages, 7 mana for a 7/7 defender. Whenever a creature attacks you or a planeswalker you control, if this has defender, loses defender and gains trample. Does not say until end of turn. That, I believe, is a permanent effect. Yes. Somebody attacks you for any reason, this suddenly becomes a 7/7 trample. Yeah, seems fair. And if you're building a Tron deck in Modern and you're building on like ultra budget, on ultra budget, you may want to think about this. At least, at least consider it. I generally would go Pilgrim of the Fires first, but Pilgrim of the Fires dies horribly to Guardian of the Ages. So, Haunted Plate Mail. This is a update on Dancing Scimitar, which also had. So, Dancing Scimitar was a 1/5 flyer for 4 mana. And then I think it was called Ensouled Scimitar. Yeah, 3 to cast. 3 became a 1/5 flyer itself and gave equipped creature +1/+5. So, and then Haunted Plate Mail is like the updated version of that effect. 4 to cast, 4 to equip. Equipped creature gets +4/+4. Until end of turn, this becomes a 4/4 non-equipment artifact creature. Activate only if you control no creatures. Yeah. It's fine. It's 0 to activate that ability, which is nice. So you basically have a 4 mana equipment that at any time you can go, hey, by the way, I'm a 4 mana. I'm a I'm a 4/4 now. I might almost put that into a vanilla deck. Unsure about that. The cycle of the staff of the X Magus, Mind, Wild, Flame, Sun, and Death, all basically do the same thing. 3 to cast artifact. Whenever you cast a spell of a relevant color or have a land with a relevant basic land type enter under your control, you gain a life. Really considered throwing one of these in my mono blue deck that's trying to act like a green deck. Decided against it because it that one felt like I was cheating. Bubbling Cauldron, we talked about that one earlier when I discussed Bog Brew Witch. Pyromancer's Gauntlet. Uh, your red instance sorceries or planeswalker abilities deal X damage plus 2 instead. Uh, if you're playing anything, if you're playing anything that's vaguely, um, what's the term I'm looking for? Uh, Spellslingery. You're probably at least if you're playing Spellslinger and you're playing mono red or heavy red, you're probably looking at Pyromancer's Gauntlet going, hmm. Ring of Three Wishes. 5 cast, enters with 3 counters, pay 5 tap, and remove one of those counters from it. Search for any card put in your hand and shuffle. Sounds like a lot. Kind of is when you're comparing it to Diabolic Tutor, but decks that are playing these don't generally have access to black or need a tutor multiple times. And that being said, being sure it costs a bit, it's a little more than Jayem Day Tome, which incidentally saw a lot of vintage play back in the day, before it was called vintage. Uh, yeah, and the ability to proliferate this means you can tutor a lot in a pinch. That being said, I have used for I myself have used for a couple of these. Um, yeah, I need 2 more because they are going into decks that need the ability to search for stuff and are not black. And then Strionic Resonator. Oh look, an ability has triggered. Let's copy it. Sure. Yeah, you want this for anything that's whatchamacallit, Ravenous Chupacabra. When it enters, blow up an opponent's creature. Thunk. Cool, I'll kill 2 of them. I basically, uh, you know, baby's first Panharmonicon. And then lands, encroaching wastes. They tried finding a way to more properly balance wasteland, and this is perfectly fine. And as I'd like to point out, this is one of those cards where it is what it can hit. Since you choose targets before you pay costs, you can target itself with its own ability and then pay the cost, which involves sacrificing itself. There are very slim, but they exist. There are times when you want to blow up your own land, and this gives you a viable reason, viable time to do that. Anyway, that was 14 with a lot of distraction early on. Let's take a look at 15. Oh, wow. Look at the first few cards that are listed. Rex Sage, Chasm Skulker, which I really considered for my mono blue deck. Waste Not. If you play discard, you're probably playing that. I don't like the idea of playing discard. However, I'm less annoyed if it's more the wheel kind rather than just straight up discard. Inguruk's Wake. Yep, yep. So many cards I see. But anyway, we'll see you guys next week. Hopefully, you'll be back to Tuesday. 'Cause I have to work tomorrow night. Well, actually, it's just after midnight, so later tonight. I will talk to you guys later. Have a good night, everyone. Ta-ra.